Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. OMG, day one of the Business Incubator 2. Royal Influencers Organization Virtual Experience was one for the books, just as I knew it would be. And it was speaker after elite, phenomenal speaker came and delivered major value. So if you missed it, you definitely need to go over to my YouTube. First, subscribe, then follow, and put that bell on always, by the way, so that when I start dropping a lot more value and content there, you will be notified as well. But I definitely just wanted to send a warm welcome and thank you to every single one of the people that participated. Some came at the beginning and stayed the entire day. So thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you out there who are so supportive of the Royal Influencers Organization movement, because that's exactly what it's turned into as well. And you guys are in for another treat for day two. Speaker after elite speaker coming to deliver. In fact, not just deliver, over deliver major value. Hello, Kermit Henderson is already here and in the chat as well, kicking us off. Hello, Kermit Henderson. Thank you so much for always being so supportive and popping in as well. So we always appreciate you. So, and your support, not just on Clubhouse and all those Clubhouse rooms where we spent hours and hours on end supporting each other. I definitely just wanted to thank every single one of the speakers that came yesterday. Oh my gosh. OMG. Megan DiMartino kicked us off yesterday as well. And we have Araya McGarry kicking us off today. You guys are in for a treat. She's already backstage, all excited, hyped up, and ready with her energy coming to over-deliver. And we also had Bobby Vincent, who came and over-delivered as usual, talking to us about the power of self-love and self-care and taking care of our health, because your health is your wealth. That was the big takeaway. Your health is your wealth. What good is it to build all of this wealth when you don't take care of your health? Now you have to spend your wealth to get your health back, right? So that was the biggest message. And it was sleep. Because when he became an entrepreneur, that was one of the things that he didn't quite really prioritize and take care of. And he ended up paying for it in the long run, right? So your body is going to definitely send you messages and signals when you don't take care of it. So that is exactly what he shared with us. So if you really want the entire segment, then go over to my YouTube and you can watch day one if you missed it. Then there was Sir James Dentley. Oh my goodness, that came and talked to us about business, talked to us about the power and the psychology behind how we communicate, shared with us all of the different personality profiles and things of that nature as well, that we must know and learn more about in order to communicate effectively. One of the biggest takeaways from that segment was really for us to really speak to the emotions of a person. Anytime that we are speaking to people, we want to touch their emotions, speak to their emotions. People will then really move and take action when you have learned who you're speaking to and you speak to the emotions of those individuals. And that is just a sneak peek. He also, freeyourmind.com, by the way, is Bobby's website. Freeyourmind.com is Bobby's website. And then megan.dimartino.com is Megan DiMartino's website that you can actually go to. And they're all on IG, Facebook, and on LinkedIn. All of the speakers, this is where you can find them. These are the platforms where they spend majority of their time. It's Instagram, Facebook, as well as many of them also have YouTube. So you could just go to all of these platforms and search their first and last name, and you can definitely find them there as well. And definitely don't forget LinkedIn. And that is exactly where we're streaming today as well. We're streaming on Facebook, we're streaming on YouTube, as well as on LinkedIn. So we also heard from Joel Hill, from BarineInvestigations.com, who is an AI expert. And he talked about the toast analogy. He used the toast analogy last segment, which was last month. And then this segment, he reminded us of that toast segment, as well as create, which was another analogy that he used when you are using AI. And he talked about the power of AI. And the biggest takeaway was using it ethically, ethically to help and support as a partner, like a business partner in your business. Using it ethically is vital. And that was definitely a big takeaway from his segment as well. And then we also had David Evans that came and shared with us all of these wonderful things that he has in the works, and he's traveling all over the place. His son, Stevie O, the producer, made an appearance right here on the Royal Influencers Organization stage while David Evans was traveling to visit his son for his birthday. And he has worked on stages like American Idol. He is now working with a couple of mainstream music industry and entertainment personalities as well, concerts and things of that nature, doing some phenomenal things. And he has more projects coming up as well that David Evans might be sharing with us today. He just shared it with me last night, of a huge stage that he's going to be on coming up soon. In fact, in about a week or so. So he'll be coming back today a little bit later, and he will be sharing that with us as well. But he definitely came, and he actually got the opportunity to meet Sir James Dentley, who has his own television production as well. And James Dentley actually gave us a freebie, a free gift. And I get to choose 2 people. He said, I'm giving you a gift, Ramona. You can choose 2 people for a cruise. And I went, oh my gosh. And all they have to do is pay the taxes and the port fees and things of that nature as well. But he also gave us a call to action and a freebie. And the free offer and call to action was to text 31 now. The number 31 and the word NOW to 267. There you go, 26786. It's right there on the screen. 26786 is what you text 31 now, and you will get 31 days of inspiration. And guess what? I got my text this morning and I watched already, and it is not just a little, it's not just a little blurb. It is a full, short, very short, quick snippet. And today was attention. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. And I really loved it and needed it as well. So you never know what you don't have, right? You never know what you're missing. So I absolutely love that. And I definitely highly encourage every single one of you. He is absolutely phenomenal, doing some phenomenal things, impacting lives. And you guys don't want to miss it. And he definitely said yesterday that he would love to be a part of anything that Royal Influencers Organization does. So there you go, guys. We are building a movement, a true movement. So I absolutely am grateful for every single one of you as well. And then we heard from we heard Merlin Clark, who is a John Maxwell leadership consultant, as well as she is the CEO of MaxSolutions.com. Her own leadership. She's also a Toastmaster certified speaker. And she also shared where if you are in her area of Owings Mills, Maryland, you can actually participate in her actual Toastmasters class and training for speaking and improving your speaking skills right there in Owings Mills, Maryland. So reach out to Merlin Clark and definitely connect with her as well. She is absolutely phenomenal. She is also one of my leaders one of my original leaders inside of my Preneur Queen Club, which is only $5 to join. So go to my profile, my link in my profile, click that link and join. And you guys will definitely get a lot more value coming in the coming days as well. And we even had the definition of incubator broken down for us by Megan DiMartino at the opening of day 1. And that is the gist of the title, Business Incubator. And it went so well that I wanted to run it one more time, which is exactly why I'm running it now. But it's a 2 version, the second version. And the incubator is a chamber. It's a chamber that you put something brand new that's fresh, immature inside of, and to protect it and to grow it and to nurture it. And that is exactly what we all are required to do when we are building these businesses and we're launching them and we're relaunching them. And those are the 3 phases. That's another big takeaway that I actually shared as well, were the 3 main phases of any business. And that is hello, Amelia Van Dyke. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you so much for watching from Norway. So with that said, you also want to make sure that you nurture that business and that idea at every phase and every level. And that is the launch phase, the building phase, as well as your scaling phase. And you should you should really want to make sure that you need to do certain tasks at every single one of those levels. So you want to learn what are the tasks that are required at the launch phase that I must do, and what are the next level of tasks that I would want to do at the building phase, and then what are the level of tasks and skills that I need to implement and use and put into action at the scale phase. And then there's also another big takeaway from day one, what that we broke down, and I think we broke it down a little bit later in the day with David Evans and James and all of the others. But we also broke down the three things that every single business leader and owner and entrepreneur needs in their life. And that is a coach. And the coach actually holds your hand, walks you through the process of exactly what direction to go in and where you're going. And then it's just like driving on a road, right? And then the road signs would be your mentor. Your mentor is going to be the one that's going to say, stop right here. And the mentor is going to be the one that's to say, make a left right here, or make a right here, or put a little bit more gas on the pedal right here in this area, or at this phase, or at this level, and things of that nature. So that is the difference between a coach and a mentor. And those are two main people that every single entrepreneur, business owner, and leader needs in their lives. And every single one of these highly successful entrepreneurs and business owners and leaders that we idolize and that we see today, they have one of these people, one or all three of these people in their lives, which is why they were able to be as successful as they are. And then that third person is a sponsor. And your sponsor is the person that is going to go into that room and mention your name in a room that you have not yet entered, and tell those people who you are and what you bring to the table in terms of how you are an asset to your business, to their business, to the business world. And those are the three people that you need and that every single one of us need in our lives. So that is a coach, that is a mentor, and then there is a sponsor. So with that said, those are just a few of the main takeaways from yesterday. And I will definitely be bringing you more throughout the day as well, because of course it would take much more than 10 minutes to cover every single speaker and every single gem that was dropped on yesterday. So there you go. And there is James Dunry saying, great to see Araya. There you go, Araya. They're already getting pumped up and excited. So with that said, with no further ado, I am definitely ready to introduce to you our very first speaker, Araya McGarry, the CEO of Get Celebritized podcast, as well, in the house today. Hello, Araya.
Hi, how are you?
I am awesome. Even better now that I see you on the screen. And she is also, everyone, the CEO and founder of Legacy Living Your Life by Design, which we mentioned on yesterday. And I highly encourage all of the women to join your community on yesterday. And I definitely mentioned yesterday that you were one of the people who have not missed not one of the Royal Influencer Organization virtual.
And I never will. So,
exactly. And that you're also an ambassador, and that I now am an ambassador for your Legacy Living Your Life by Design as well. And the devil's been busy. I want to just mention that because I just got over the flu last week. I'm talking, you name it, sore throat, fever.
I knew something was wrong because I know. We're always on each other's, rooms and stuff. It's like, Ramona's missing in action.
I know.
I don't know where you were because when you're sick, you don't have time to text everybody.
I know, exactly.
Go by and say, sorry, I've been out of pocket, but I've been sick. But, Christine,
absolutely.
Let me know.
Absolutely. So I definitely just wanted to let everybody know that even today I lost my voice a little bit. Took a Benadryl at 2:00 in the morning just to get
sexy. You got that sexy.
Thank you. But just to get over and through a little bit of congestion. However, I am here. I would never miss, of course. And I am here with bells on, and I'm excited and ready to go. So with that said, Araya, go right ahead.
No, go ahead. Before you, I don't want you to leave, Araya, I want to just say something to your to your excellence that if you had, like, let's say today or the last 2 days, you really were out of pocket. Let's say you had COVID or something happened, you're not
Right.
going to be here. You have established your business and your brand and these amazing monthly events that you could easily tap into us ambassadors that have been with you and say, hey, I can't do it. Can you hold down the fort? Could you host day 1 and can you host day 2? And we would be there for you because you've trained us. We're part of your community, which is going to lead me to what I'm going to talk about. How to have your incubator in place because we're not robots. We're not AI. We're
so
human.
true.
And if your business cannot live and survive without you, then you need to make some adjustments. So if you want to take vacation, or if you are sick, or if you got a child's wedding or graduation, the beauty of entrepreneurship done right is you are not chained to it. And you can take time off any day you want.
I love that.
On a dime.
Absolutely.
Hey, I need you. I gotta go.
Maybe absolutely.
Maybe you're sick. It's like you've got people in place. Entrepreneurship is not solopreneurship.
There you go. There you go. And that is also the beauty of balcony friends. I definitely just wanted to bring that in too.
It's like, we got you. Go ahead, do what you got to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Araya. And I am going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best.
You're not in my way. I miss you. Let's talk.
I know. Absolutely.
Like 3 weeks. So this is like my time to have eyeball time.
I know. Absolutely. But I'm definitely planning on making the E-Women Network event on the 5th of October as well. So I'm already planning.
That's my birthday, October 7th. So
wow. So that's a must. That's a must. Oh, that's a must. I'm there. Awesome. So see you in just a little bit and I'll come back up and we'll chat. We'll chat a little bit more at the end of your segment.
I know we're on schedule here. All right, let's go. Let's do this. Thank you, Ramona. And I love the topic of this incubator as entrepreneurs, how to develop and design your incubator. So thank you for having me. I'm Araya McGarry. Here I am again. I would never miss Ramona's Royal Influencer Organization. These events are phenomenal. I meet the greatest people here because I do a lot of speaking. I'm on a lot of shows, a lot of stages. This one, though, is so interactive. Days after this event is going on, audience members are texting me and messaging me and finding me and connecting with me. And that's why we do these, to have connections. So you all are such smart entrepreneurs to take these conversations to the next level, to tap into a speaker that resonated with you and not just leave these 2 days saying, that was great, that was inspiring, and go on your merry way. You're taking action. You're reaching out to the speakers. Thank you, Linda. Yay, woohoo. Reach out to us. Every one of us would welcome an Instagram message. Say, hey, I love what you said. I'd love to know more, or whatever it is. But reach out to us. That's why Ramona does this. So we can be accessible to the audience and not just we're up here and you're watching. It's no, we want to communicate. We want to create our balcony friendship. We want to bring you into our incubators where we collaborate and connect together. So with that, I'm going to start with the end of mine here. What happens if you don't build your own incubator? If you don't build your entrepreneurship, your business, being the CEO of your business, if you don't build it with people in it, if you do solopreneurship, what can happen? So let me start with this. Ways to avoid being alone, because as an entrepreneur, it is a lonely journey. I'm sorry, my phone is going off here. And it doesn't have to be, and you don't want it to be. Being an entrepreneur does not mean you are alone, unless you don't know that, I can bring people in. It doesn't mean you have to hire a big staff. It means tapping into like-minded people and bringing them into your fold before you're ready to hire people. We know that. So a lot of things about being an entrepreneur, you think, I can't afford an incubator. I can't afford hiring people. Well, no, when you start, you probably can, but you can afford to build the incubator because it's different. That's not your staff. It's not your team. It's your balcony friend community. It's those people that are, whether they're part of your movement. They believe in what you're doing. They want to be a part of it. They want to give of knowledge and mentorship, and they want to receive mentorship and friendship. Because we all do this together with the right pockets of people that are in your niche that know things that you don't know or know things you do know and you can bounce ideas off of. It's really, really vital, and I can't stress that enough. So Ways to avoid solopreneurship is to join entrepreneurial groups. Doing what you're doing right now is step one. You're here at this event, you're listening in. But if you don't do step one, part B, it's not going to help. Being here is part A, step one. Part B is reaching out. Not just to follow us because we want followers. No, we want engagement. We want those private messages. Hey, Ray, I saw you on Ramona's Royal Influence event. I really love that you talked about building balcony friends. Can you tell me more about that? I could certainly use some balcony friends. I am not going to message you back and try to sell you anything. I'm going to answer your question. We're going to build rapport. If we feel we want to take it to the next level and get on a call or a Zoom call, great. Do that with every single speaker that resonated with you. Might be all of them. Good, great. These are great people here. Really great balcony friends for you. And a balcony friend is something that's going to pull you up. Whether they can pull you up to where they are, maybe you're having a down day, down week, down month, and they're going to cheer you on and bring you up. We all know we have enough basement friends that'll say, I knew that wouldn't work out. What do you think in being an entrepreneur? That didn't work out for my cousin Woo Woo, who did it. And she was a complete failure and went back to working 9 to 5. It's a basement friend. They don't mean to be, but you don't need to be pulled down. You need to be pulled up. All right. So this is really important. So make sure you reach out. Number 2, attending networking events. Online is great, but as you heard Ramona mention a few moments ago, we're also going to in-person networking events. And I love going to women's events because my community that you see in my link below, Legacy Living by Design, is my community and movement bringing women together to support each other, to make strides together. So what do? I've been doing this for 24 years, going to women's events. That's my jam. What's your jam? Do you need to go to podcasting events? You need to go to real estate events. You get into your niche and get out of the house and go meet people in person. There isn't a city that's probably on, well, I can't say there isn't a city. There isn't a city in America that doesn't have networking events. Other countries I'm not as familiar with, but get there if you can. If you're in a remote area and all you have is Wi-Fi, there's not a lot of events. I know a lot of people live on the islands and maybe live in Puerto Rico or doesn't matter. And you're not, then dive into networking events online where it's not where speakers are speaking. It's where you're going around the room and you're introducing yourself, telling the audience what you need, and you're filling each other's needs that way, meeting cool people. So you can network online for sure. If you can get out of the house, get to some. Go to chamber events. Go to women's events. Go to whether it's real estate events. Like I said, get into your niche and get out there. Meetup is a great place. Eventbrite's a great place. Facebook group communities. There's a Facebook group for almost any topic. Animal lovers, pet lovers, dog lovers, charities, a million. You pick your topic. Facebook has 1,000 groups in there. Get into one. Go local. Say, okay, let's say you love fostering animals. Foster parents, Cumming, Georgia. That would be me. Find it as close as you can get and start networking in person. You'll be surprised how that'll move your business by meeting like-minded people. But that's really important. Engage in peer mentorship. It's really important to offer mentorship, maybe on your social apps, which is what we do. Clubhouse, Chatter, LinkedIn Audio, the Twitter Spaces, whatever. Be a mentor and have mentors. That's that more intimate one-on-one. Who's your mentors? Ramona and I are each other's mentors. We know we can call each other and say, hey, I need to talk through something. Great. And we do it for each other. We're at that level where we're not each other's clients, we're each other's mentors. You got to build those relationships, though. So start somewhere. You have to have that, the give and take, especially if you're in the same level with somebody that, you always have to have people that are above you that you need to hire to get you there. And there's always people below you in the career niche that need to hire you to bring them up. But then there's those mentors. Y'all on the same playing field, and you need to be each other's mentors. So you can bounce ideas off each other, so you can help each other. Because you can't see the picture within the frame. So Ramona will always be better at seeing my situation from an outside point of view to give me wise words of wisdom. And vice versa. I do the same for her. Who's in your incubator that you can do that? If you have at least one person, that's golden. If you have 2 or 3, great. But one great balcony friend that's in your incubator can make the difference of you quitting today or making it through. Trust me on that. Give me some hearts. Give me some comments. If you experienced that, do you know it stinks to be alone? Much better to have an incubator full of friends. Let me know. What are you thinking? Am I wrong? Just saying. All right. Also, utilize social media groups. Like I was saying, Facebook, and get on social media apps as well, like the Chatters, the Clubhouse. Get on LinkedIn Audio. Start letting your voice be heard, not just posting every day, which is great. We are strong together, Ramona. Absolutely. And here's the good one: schedule regular check ins. So, those are all ways to avoid solopreneurship. Schedule regular check ins. Ramona and I usually schedule regular, haven't talked to you in a week. We need to get on the call. I didn't hear from her last week. I knew something was wrong. She was sick. So now we're going to get on the call. We make a point. We make a point to get to events together. We live in the same area, which is great. I live an hour further north. She lives an hour further south in Atlanta. We meet in the middle. We take effort. Who do you know? You need to have somebody local too. Find somebody local that can be that local mentor in your incubator. You can have lots worldwide, but do you have somebody local that you can have lunch with? I say this all the time. If you haven't seen the show, watch the show on Netflix, Living to 100. It's amazing. It's only like 4 episodes, worth the binge. So good. Reason why I say that, one of the key components to living over 100, living a happy, healthy, mentally charged, no Alzheimer's in this, was all about human connection. Every one of those 3 countries that have a lot of their community living to way over 100, every single one of them had daily and weekly communion with their family. I mean, breaking up bread, having dinner, laughing, being together in person, not online. It was that in-person human connection. That's how powerful that is. So if you find one good friend, balcony friend, locally, again, you're golden. We may not find 100 or even 10. You got one? That's all you need. Who lives near you? When I go on social media apps, I'm always in the chat, in Chatter and on Clubhouse and on Audios. Where do you live? What city do you live in? I'm not asking for people's addresses. I'm wanting to see who lives near Atlanta so I can add to my incubator locals. Because when we do events, we're going to do some fun meetups. We're going to do some holiday gatherings. I have a list of people who are on my social apps that live near me. That's what started it with me and Ramona. We're like, where do you live? You're in Atlanta. Neither one of us live in Atlanta. She's an hour south, I'm an hour north. But we can relate to Atlanta as our hub. What about your hub? Find people, lives in the suburbs. Find some people. So important to your incubator. All right. Why being alone isn't the success route? Do not tell me that you believe that I'm a self-made millionaire. I don't care how many people say I'm a self-made millionaire. You are not. There is somebody along the way that has helped you. And if not anybody that you can relate to, it's got to be school. You're a self-made millionaire. You went to a course somewhere along the line. There's a teacher that poured into you, that taught you something. If you're not giving credit to all the balcony friends that were in your world, or you can't remember their names, there's teachers along the way, even if it was high school, college. So you're not self-made millionaire. You have to learn the skills from someone. And if you say, and people say, oh, it's AI, it's computer, I'm self-learned on computer. Well, okay, great. Somebody created those courses. Somebody created the AI. You got to thank somebody. So I hate that self-made millionaire. None of us are self-made anything. Give humans credit. So there's people. So keep that going. Water that. Nurture that. Who else can you add to your incubator? Have you not added somebody recently? There's people out there that need you and that you need. It's such a juicy, wonderful relationship. So when you're alone, being alone isn't the success rate because it gives you limited perspective. I can't tell you, I just made a mistake. Not a mistake, but my perspective was off because I thought something was going to be a great idea, and really diving into it, talking to somebody, it ended up not being such a great idea at this time. So sometimes ideas are really great, but it might not be the right time. You've got to bounce ideas off smart people that are smart in your niche, that you respect, admire. They're already further along than you, that you can get perspective. I'm really thinking about starting this program. Oh, it's going to be a great idea. It's going to be wonderful. Oh my gosh. And then when you start talking it out to other people, they're not being basement friends by saying, what about this? If you do that, this could happen. They're being strategic with you to make you think through it all. So we avoid wasting money, wasting time. So other people's perspective that are the right other people. You're not just asking, a family member, hey, what do you think? and they've never been an entrepreneur. It's not their jam. It's not their wheelhouse. And they're like, I don't think you should do that. Come over with me. Let's go party. You're asking other like-minded people. So that's what the incubator is about. It's very specifically curated by you for people that you know, like, and respect. You want wisdom from, and people you can give wisdom to, and you've got a nice mix. So you're there for them, they're there for you, and it's absolutely magical. The reason why being alone is not a good success route is it's much slower growth. I've heard the saying, go, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Please. Another quote I don't like. You don't go fast alone. Who started that? I've never gone fast alone. Going alone is not fast. There's a lot of bumps along the way. You were going to hit so many potholes. You were going to run into so many walls that being with people, you could have avoided. Because people that have been there, done that, would say, hey, don't go down that road. There's alligators over there. Trust me, I've been there, done that. Oh, thank you so much. Let me go over here. So alone is not fast. It's just like another saying I hate is sticks and stones will break your bones, but names will never hurt you. The biggest lie on planet Earth. Didn't we? I heard that when I was a kid, 60s, 70s. I remember that. Sticks and stones will break your bones, but names will never hurt you. Bet me, words are the most toxic, damaging thing. The Bible even says the power of life and death isn't in your fist, it's in your tongue. We do plenty of damage by speaking negativity and hate and bullying into people's lives. Now, we don't, but I'm saying that you've maybe experienced that. We've all experienced maybe bullying or somebody saying something very unkind. That sticks with us. I had one black eye from my ex-husband, and I wrote a poem. One black eye is one too many. That black eye healed. I mean, I literally looked like Rocky. This whole side of my face was completely black, completely blue, absolutely horrible. That healed over several weeks. But the damage, the verbal damage that person did to me for 7 years, the degrading, all the dashing of my dreams, dashing of all my wishes, dashing of anything I ever thought of that could have been a spark that I had, dashing that took me years, if not decades, to overcome. And there's still little pieces of that there that I'm much better now at addressing. Oh, nope, that's the past. I'm better than that now. But it took lifetime of being surrounded with balcony people to negate the words. So there's a lot of quotes out there that are not true. Don't listen to them just because they're famous. If you agree with me, let me know. If you don't agree with me, let me know. It's all part of this first page. Let me know. Does that make sense? Because those are the things you don't go fast alone. You really don't. I'd like to meet somebody who said, I went fast, I did alone, bypassed everybody. Everybody was slowing me down. Maybe they were surrounded by the wrong people. But you go much faster if you grab some balcony friends and like, hey, come on, water's great up here. We're over here. Let's go. Let me help you. Yeah, Ramona, I'm with you. That's why you have this wonderful, royal influencers. You totally agree that you're not doing this alone. So on that, it's slower growth. It's not fast alone. Trust me. Emotional burnout. I think you have a Becca speaking on Burn the Burnout. Thank you, Carly. She was a businesswoman like you. Oh, thank you. I love you, Carly. Join my balcony. I want to be one of my balcony friends. But if you're alone, you can get burnout so much easier. Am I alone in that one? I don't like being alone. If I'm alone all the time, it's so easy to get burnout. It's so easy to get frustrated with people. We all have clients, whether you're selling a product or a service, you're dealing with people. People can be frustrating, right? You think, oh my gosh, a sale cannot go through, or trying to get people on the phone, or just it can be redundant. And doing it alone can really get you burnt out faster. You need to talk to Becca Boston, who's part of our community, who's speaking. I don't know if she spoke yesterday or she's speaking today, but about burn the burnout. And doing it alone is so much faster to the burnout, so much faster. You need those people that say, I understand how you feel. I got you. Let me help you. Let me take some of this burden off of you. And again, I go back to the Bible too. 2 by 2, they went to the ark, all the animals. Even God knew animals like to travel together in packs, in families, in herds. They're not alone out there. Even a lone wolf, wolves have family. They're very pack oriented. They watch each other's backs. Look at any of the animals in the animal kingdom. They're instinctively together. Even ants work together. Bees work together. So much smarter than humans. It's natural to them. Let's do it. You do this, you do that. They've got it all going on. I'm an animal lover. So I can relate to it. Christina, yes, find your people. Because if it's good enough for the animals, they know. What are we missing? Oh, I got it. I got this. I'll do it myself. I can do it faster. I can do it better. But you might burn out. Okay. And there's fewer opportunities. This opportunity being here in the Royal Influencers would not be here for me if I didn't have an incubator filled with friends like Ramona. And she wouldn't be a part of my community of legacy living by design, filled with wonderful balcony women, if she didn't take the time to water and nurture our relationship. We've known each other for many years, almost 4 years now, on the social app Clubhouse. But we could have just listened to each other talk every day in all those $1 million marathon rooms. We could, yeah, he's great, then hang up the phone and nothing. But we took the time, which I want you all to get this memo today. Reach out to Ramona, reach out to every single speaker you hear today that you want to just say hi to, or even consider having in your incubator. Remember, it's not about hiring all of us. It's about if you want us as balcony friends, you want us to have a conversation. We're all for that, because we're all here to help each of us build an incubator filled with people. The time will come when you may need to buy something from somebody. Great. But it's not about, hey, call me, buy from me. I've got a program. Today only, buy now. I don't do that. I don't see the other speakers doing that. When the time is right and you have the pain that one of us solves, it'll be a natural, you know what, I need Ramona. She talked about this. I'm at that point now. And it could be 6 months from now. But meanwhile, you get a lot of friendship along the way. So it's about building those friendships. So I hope that made sense. I'm not done yet. We got a few more minutes. So let me go into a couple of points on what happens when you stay connected and you collaborate with successful business owners, and be very selective who you build into your incubator. You, as much as maybe some of your friends or family might be basement thinkers and dampen your dreams because they love you, you have to get your balcony friend cup of joe every morning. You need to talk to somebody positive every single day. Every morning you need to tap into somebody that's going to get you going for the day. Even if you listen in to something like this, like you all are here, I'm speaking to the choir, obviously. You knew enough to come here and get your dose of empowerment today. Even if we don't talk today, you're at least filling your mind with, I can do this, yes, I can, and getting tactics to how to. So very, very good. Because shared knowledge and experience is the most important part of being in the incubator. Having great people around you. You share knowledge and expertise. Successful entrepreneurs often have years of experience and knowledge. They can help others avoid mistakes, which is just what I was talking about. Carly, yes, collaboration brings power. Carly knows something, many things that I don't know. I know things she doesn't know. We come together. We have great conversation. I have a great conversation probably almost every day with somebody from the social media apps where I say, hey, let's hop on a call. You're free after this room? Yeah, I am. Let's hop on. We don't try to schedule Zooms and all that. It's like hop on a call. And in 15 minutes, we have shared probably 3-4 great ideas. It's moved my needle. It's moved their needle. Great, 15 minutes. Sometimes it's just as easy as that. Are you free after this? And no, Ramona, I am not done. Go away. No, come on, number 1 out of 10. Well, that
you
works.
know how hard it is for me to not come up and let you just go and just have your way. I absolutely love your energy, all of the value that you always bring. Absolutely love what you shared. To not just be a solo entrepreneur, but you need your own incubator. So who is in your incubator is the big takeaway for me. The challenge question that you pose to everybody is, who do you have in your incubator? That
online and local.
Yes.
Have local, have the ones online too.
Yes.
Like you and me, Ramona. I mean,
Absolutely.
having local is magical.
Absolutely. It is so true. And that is also, I believe that is one of the things that contributes to the high failure rate of entrepreneurship. Because in entrepreneurship, it is on you to get you. It is a lonely journey, right? It's on you to get you where you want to be and go. And that is exactly why in the very beginning, when I was actually reviewing some of the main points and takeaways from yesterday, that is exactly why I was sharing that every single business owner, leader, entrepreneur needs one of those 3 people, or all 3, which is the coach, a mentor, and that sponsor. So that is exactly what that was all about. And I absolutely love your community as well that you have created and curated for women, also women entrepreneurs, and how to connect and help them build their dreams as well. Absolutely love it. So thank you, and thank you again for being here. And here we have it. Araya McGarry has kicked us off. By the way, I just want to remind everybody again, she has not missed not one. We launched the Royal Influencers Organization, and what we have been able, this movement that we have been able to create has just been life-changing. I am forever grateful. Absolutely forever grateful. Horse and all, half horse and all. I'm still nurturing my voice this morning, but half horse and all. And that was something she said last week. She said, I missed remote. Where are you? What's going on? And it was because I have the flu.
You. We connect so much. And that's my takeaway. What everybody get today.
I am on the mend from the flu.
I know. And that's what everybody take away today, if nothing else. These 2 days will be empowering only if you reach out, not just to take action, but to reach out and connect with some of the speakers here. And of course, Ramona, take action, have a conversation. You don't have to have a plan like, oh, what will I talk about? It happens organically.
Absolutely.
And thank you for putting my website up here because I didn't get a chance to.
There you have it. I was just getting ready to say, let them know where they can reach you again.
That's the perfect one with all my links, my YouTube, my everything is there. Awesome. My legacy by design. You know, follow me on social media. I give tips. But Ramona, I wouldn't miss this. I'll be back. I know for these. Please, guys, tap into Ramona.
Thank you.
It's an ongoing movement. You'll see lots of the same familiar faces. She's got a waiting list a mile long, but these familiar faces she's built are her incubator friends. You see Megan DiMartino. You see me. You see several people that over and over again, because we're part of her community that we have built. And that's what you all need to do. Who's in your community? It's not about every month starting fresh, meet new people.
Absolutely.
It's about nurturing the ones you already know and building each other up. That's where the good juices happen. That's where you go.
Well, thank you.
Other speakers. Okay.
Well, thank you so much. Araya McGarry in the house. Everybody kicking us off for day 2. And day 1 was definitely one for the books. And here we are already coming out of the gate strong with Araya McGarry kicking us off for day 2 of the Royal Influencers Organization Business Incubator 2. So thank you so much, Araya. I love you. Talk to you soon. So I'll definitely reach out a little bit later after we're over at 3. Talk to you soon. Well, everybody, we are ready for our next speaker, and he is here just as I know he would be, on time, early, as a matter of fact. And we have Pastor Jeff Moffitt as our next speaker. That I am so excited to have him join us today as well. He is an inspirational, motivational speaker, more inspiration than motivation, because inspiration comes from within, motivation comes from without. And it is an absolute pleasure to announce he's also a veteran, by the way. So we want to thank him for his service as well. And he is an author. And by the way, there is a treat that he has for every single one of you watching. We have Bella watching. We have Kermit Henderson watching as well, a great friend from Clubhouse. And we are streaming, by the way, on Facebook. We are streaming on LinkedIn. We're streaming on YouTube. We are streaming everywhere. So with that said, I definitely don't want to waste any more time without bringing him up, but I definitely wanted to make sure that you guys are ready with pen and paper, because you are in for a treat. And I also want everybody to go to PastorJeffSpeaks.com. PastorJeffSpeaks.com. Christina, if you can put that link up on the screen while he is speaking so that everybody can and get their freebie. That is a treat. There's a gift and a treat for you, which is his book. It's called Gratitude and Grief. So he will definitely be talking a little bit more about that and reminding us at the end of his segment when I come back up. But with no further ado, I want to bring up Pastor Jeff Moffitt is in the house. So Christina, if you could bring him up. Hello, Pastor Jeff. How are you?
I'm super fantastic on this Winning Wednesday, Ramona. How about yourself?
I am well. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, taking time out of your busy day and schedule to be here to pour inspiration into all of the watchers and viewers out there on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube, as you just heard. So tell us a little bit about you and who you are and what it is that you do. And then I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best.
Well, the very short version of it, Ramona, is I'm just somebody telling everybody about somebody that can help anybody.
Oh, I love it. I
That's
love
the short
that.
version. My
Absolutely.
bio's on my website. So if you want to know some of my accolades, some of my accomplishments, go to the
Awesome.
website and look at the bio.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for being here. Absolute pleasure. Absolute gratitude. Just forever grateful. So thank you so much. And I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do. And then I'm going to come back up and we'll ask you a couple of questions at the end.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Well, my beautiful friends out there, and a shout out to Bella that's out there. You know, I love you. We'll be talking later on today. I am Dr. PJ, and I'm here to excite you on today. Those of you that will allow me to be a little bit of an inspiration. I believe that there's three type of people in the world. There are spectators, there participators, and then there's the gladiators. I don't know which one you are. I hope I'm talking to all gladiators, but if you're not, if you are just a participator, I'm here to foster your faith for you to become a gladiator. And if you're just a spectator, then I want to fringe on your comfortability to just be spectating, because spectators do not win. Now, I don't know if you noticed on Araya's bookshelf, right there on the top shelf, it said dream big. That's right. It said dream big. My friends, I want to challenge you right now. That's right. Right now to think about what is either your current dream or the dream that you've been pushing back and not paying attention to. Ask yourself the question, am I dreaming big or am I dreaming too small? Have you ever had one of those dreams that started out and it was good and all of a sudden somebody or something woke you up and you wish you could go back to sleep and finish that dream out? Sometimes, my friends, that translates over to our conscious life, to where we start dreams and then something in life gets our attention, distracts us, or somebody or something tells us, you can't do that. And we listen. Today, I want to talk to you about you are your deck. DEC. You are your deck. Now, for all of my business people, all of the business folks, you may recognize that a deck could be it could be your district executive council. That's right. It could be your district executive council. It could be your digital equipment corporation. It also could be your designated employer representative. Your designated employer representative. That's right. Or it could be the director of engineering and construction or your data encryption code. Now, somebody said, Dr. PJ, what does that have to do with anything? Well, if you hear it, you are your deck because you are your district executive council. It starts with you. You are your own digital equipment corporation. That's right. Are you using AI to advance your education, AI to advance your business, AI to advance your dreams? Designated employer representative. Who can represent you, my friends, better than you can? You are your designated employer representative. You are the director of the engineering and construction on you. That's right. And what you allow in your eye gates, your ear gates, and your mouth gate, you are your data encryption code. That's right. You get to decide what you listen to, what you watch, and you get to decide what you say. It's all about you, my friends. You are your deck. Now, I want to ask you a question. What do Oprah Winfrey, Steve Jobs, and Elon Musk have in common? What do they have in common, my friends? Can I tell you? Besides the fact that they are billionaires, somebody said they're all billionaires, Dr. PJ. Besides that fact, what do they have in common? Can I suggest to you that each of them learn how to be their own deck. They learned that in order to go from where they were to where they are now, they had to have dedication. That's the D in deck, my friends. You've got to be dedicated. I love what Vince Lombardi, the famous American football coach, said. He said, the price of success is hard work. Some folk don't want to do any hard work. The price of success is not being a spectator, sitting around looking at what everybody else is doing. The price of success is not just participating and carrying the water bucket. The price of success means you're a gladiator. You're in there with the business and you're not coming out unless you win. My friends, it takes dedication to your dream. I want to pause for just a moment. Our friend Lolita Walker, you may not know her, but she has mastered the pause. I want to pause for a moment and invite you, my friends, to close your eyes for a moment. Now, don't be falling asleep. Close your eyes. Envision you in the process of completing your dream. What does it look like? What does it sound like? And how are you feeling? What are the emotions? You've just completed your dream, whatever it is. Maybe it's the smaller dream to your big dream, but envision it. And for those of you that may be challenged with aphantasia, like Dr. PJ, I want you to conceptualize it. I can hear you. I hear you saying, Dr. PJ, I can't see that. Well, conceptualize it. What does it sound like, my friends? What does it feel like for you to have finally completed that dream? Now that you have gone through that, I hope you have been inspired and realize, open your eyes back again, if you will, realize that you're not going to get there without being dedicated to that dream. Don't let anybody get you off track. Now, oftentimes we talk about mindset, but if I could invite you to make a shift, you see what I believe, mindset is so important. But when we have the wrong mindset, my friends, it's like those race car sets. Some of you may know what I'm talking about. It was this big black track that had a groove in the middle with some metal going down, and the car had brushes, and that would give it the electricity. But the car also had a little pin that came out of the bottom, and it caused that car to stay on the tracks. If it was shaped in a figure eight, that car would only do a figure eight. If it was shaped in an oval, that car would only do an oval. I call that a mindset that does not serve you. So I'm inviting you, my friends, to a mind shift. Get the pen out and do what you haven't done, because somebody said, if you keep doing what you've always done, you're going to get what you always got. And I believe it was the genius Albert Einstein that said, if you keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, that's the definition of insanity. And you wouldn't be here with the Royal Influencers Organization if you were insane. So my friends, you must be dedicated if you're going to accomplish your dream. And can I tell you, you won't stop dreaming. When you accomplish the dream that you haven't accomplished, God's going to give you another dream. Look, you think you came up with that dream all on your own? My friends, I would suggest to you, no. I suggested your creator gave you that dream because there's something that you need to do in this world. There's people that only you can reach. And the only way that you're going to do that is to be dedicated. 8 billion people. There's some folks out there that's waiting for you. You put in whatever your name is. They're waiting on you, my friends. Can I tell you, Oprah Winfrey, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk were all dedicated to fulfilling their dream. And you know, like I know, they're billionaires now. Not only that, there's the D in you are your own deck, but then there's the E of you being your own deck. And what is that? I'm so glad that you asked me. It is the fact that you have got to practice engagement. No, I'm not talking about getting engaged to get married, my friends. Engagement into your dream. Stop expecting other people to hand things out to you for you to complete your dream. You have to be actively engaged in fulfilling your dream. You have to be actively engaged in producing your success, my friends. But it's not only that. Engagement means that you have a network. That's right, you have a network. One of the most quoted lines about the power of networking comes from Porter, an author and a marketing expert. This is what was said. Your network is your net worth. If your bank account don't look like you wanted to look, it might be because you're hanging around the wrong people. That's right. I said that one more time for the folks who didn't hear me. And for those who are just spectating, I want to influence you to get from spectating to participating, and from participating to a gladiator. Your network is your net worth. Sometimes you got to change the people you hang around, because there's some folks who don't have the mind that you have. There's some folks that will always tell you that you can't do it. You don't want to listen to those people. You want to be around people who have done what it is that you have done. That you want to do. You need to be around people who are smarter than you. If you're the smartest person in the rooms that you go into, my friends, it's very doubtful that you're going to reach your dream, or you're just dreaming too small. So your net worth, you need to get in the rooms with people who are doing what you want to do. Get in the rooms with people that have a bank account like you want to have. Get in the room with people that are living the life that you desire to live. And my friends, you don't do that by just taking. See, engagement means that there's an exchange. And there are some folks, hopefully nobody that's here with the Royal Influencers, that is only a taker. Only a taker, not a giver. When you add value, when you give, you will connect your network. You will connect with people who are connected to the people that you need to have in your life. That's how I was able to sit at the table with billionaires. That's right. I said billionaires. I didn't say millionaires. With billionaires. There was a point that I had to move from just being around millionaires. And there was a point that I had to move around folks that were on a path of being just over broke, living from paycheck to paycheck. Now, I'm not knocking that, my friends. I have been there. But I had to be dedicated. I had to get engaged with people outside of my circle. I had to get engaged in circles that I was uncomfortable in order for me to fulfill my dream of becoming a millionaire. And to move from there, my friends, you got to get in a room with people that already know. There's no sense in reinventing the wheel. You know that? Let me say that one more time. There's no sense in reinventing the wheel. So therefore, we need engagement. So as we move on from the engagement, finally, the C in you are your own deck is there has to be consistency, my friends. Can I tell you? The odds are that every one of you that are listening to me today, you've started something, and for whatever reason, life happened, and you stopped and never went back to it. Some of you have books outlined and you haven't finished them. Some of you started a business and you let it go because you got knocked down on your butt. But I like what Les Brown says, that when you get knocked down on your butt so you can look up. And if you can look up, somebody put it in the comments on whatever social media platform you're in. If you can look up, he said you can get up, my friends. You got to be consistent. You're going to fall. You're going to make some mistakes. You're going to make some wrong investments. Can I tell you, I've done it. But you have to be consistent. Some of you might recognize Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, this is what he said. He said, success isn't always about greatness. It's about consistency. Consistent hard work leads to success. Greatness will come, my friends. And can I tell you, it's not something that you have to continue working hard, because you get to a point that you move from working hard to working smart. But I'm gonna tell you, you got to put the work in. You have to be consistent with your dream. Stop changing your dream up every week. Stop changing your dream like you change your underwear, my friends. Get your dream, stick with it, accomplish it, and then go to the next dream. I'm not saying you can't do more than one thing, because there are those that say just the one thing is the main thing. And what I'm telling you is concentrate on your current dream. And when you accomplish it, go to the next dream. Stop trying to work on 10 dreams at one time. You are your deck, my friends. You are your deck. You have to be the one that's dedicated. Don't expect somebody else to do it for you. You have to engage. You have to move out of your comfort zone. You've got to move out of your comfort zone and get in rooms with people that can assist you, people who've done what it is that you want to do. And you do that not by being a groupie. No, not being a groupie. You do that by providing benefit. There's something that you do that is unique. Did you know that? There's something. Dr. PJ came today to tell you there's something that is unique about you. There's only one you. There's only one person that can accomplish your dream, because your dream is the dream that God gave to you. And nobody else can do it. I'm going to look in. I'm leaning in. Nobody else can do it the way you can do it, my friends. And so get dedicated about it. Be intentional about it. Be relentless about it. If you get knocked down, change your mindset. Have a mind shift that if you're all the way down, guess what? Guess what, my friends? There's nowhere else to go but to go up. I think that's the issue with some folks, Ramona, is that they don't go all the way to the bottom, where the only way they can go is up.
Absolutely.
You are your deck.
Oh my goodness. Dr. PJ is in the house. Oh my God. The chat is going bananas. And I'm going to put some of these comments so you can see them right at the bottom of the screen. Oliver Sullivan said, let's go, Dr. PJ. And then, and then we had Victoria that was just going bananas in the chat. The engagement. Wow. Yes, absolutely. And we also have Kermit Henderson from Clubhouse is here as well. He's in the chat as well, saying hello, everyone.
Hello,
and we have comment after comment. There it is. Mason Vozelli said, I am out of the seat. Bomb just dropped. So there.
Absolutely.
So the chat is going absolutely bananas. And Superman is in the room. That was David Evans of Big TV Network. So you are your deck. You are your deck. And I definitely put that right in the chat. And then I also put, your network is your net worth. Somebody else put that as well. Mm-hmm. So the entire time that you were speaking, there's Sandy Murray that just said, geez, I don't even need coffee. There is your network is your net worth. There's somebody else that said that. That was Victoria. And I believe, where is the one that said, there it is. She said, geez, I don't even need coffee for this. So there you go. So there you go. Wonderful. The chat was going absolutely bananas the entire time that you were speaking. I have a whole page of notes, by the way. Even in my own event, note takers are the money makers, so they say, right?
Absolutely.
So whether they are the money makers or not, I'm definitely a note taker anyway. So yes, absolutely, I am here to take my notes. But the big takeaway for me was you challenged everybody with the question: are you a spectator, participator, or gladiator?
Yes.
I absolutely love that. And I loved how you talked a lot about who is it that's in your environment and who you're hanging around. Put yourself in the proximity to people who already have what you want and where you're going, so that you can now they can lead you to where you want to be. Because every great leader was first once a great follower.
Yes.
So it's not necessarily wrong or bad to be a copycat, but as long as you're copying the right cat.
Absolutely.
So I absolutely love every point that you actually made was absolutely phenomenal. You are your own deck. Are you a spectator? Just a wallflower, just sitting back and watching. How many of these events have you gone to and taken notes? And yet you don't even know where the notes are. You never looked at the notes again. You never really wrote down a plan of action from those notes. And you never implemented any of those notes. So there you go. I absolutely participator is the one that would take those notes from all of those events, put an plan of action, daily plan of action together, and identify those IPAs. And that's just a short acronym for income producing activities. What are you doing?
Income producing activities. I love that.
Yes. So what is it that you're doing every day to move that needle and to create more income? And your network is your net worth is something that I wanted to definitely highlight that you shared, because I have seen and watched you for the last 4 years, I would say, in Clubhouse. And you have definitely you are not just talking the talk, but you're walking the walk. You have definitely put yourself in environments that was your incubator for growth.
Yes.
That was your incubator for growth. That was your baby, right? Your business is your baby, right? When you think incubator, it's you put that thing, that whatever that thing is, your business, whatever that business idea is, you put it in a chamber and you protect it and you nurture it and you curate it to health. And that is exactly why I decided to run the Business Incubator 2 one more time. And David Evans also is here, Pick TV Network. He's in the chat. He'll be speaking a little bit later again as well.
Dr. Evans.
Absolutely. And he definitely said great speakers. And there you go. He said we must have him on Pick TV Network. That's what he just put in the chat as well. So definitely reach out to him, David Evans, and absolutely enjoyed every minute of every word that you uttered today. And I thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here. Thank you for gracing us with your debut on the Royal Influencers Organization Business Incubator 2. And Mason Bozelli just said, I'm on the floor.
Absolutely.
So there's definitely people out there that you clearly inspired. But talk about the free gift before you leave.
All right. And I'll share about the gift. Also, absolutely. I'm the accidental millionaire. Connect with me if you want to understand that.
Oh, wow.
I was working so hard, I didn't know when I became a millionaire.
Oh, my goodness.
The
accidental millionaire. Didn't even know.
No gift, at no cost to you. You know, I don't like using that word FREE. At no cost to you, I've written an ebook, which is the precursor to the research book that I'm doing, Embracing Gratitude and Grief. We can have a mind shift on how we program ourselves when we deal with grief. And everybody will deal with it, Ramona.
Yes.
Somebody is dying every day.
Absolutely.
And when our family members transition from life temporal to life everlasting, we get to determine how we process that, what we do with the emotions that show up. And so the ebook right there on PastorJeffSpeaks.com, my gift to you, is short, 17 pages.
Awesome.
I believe if you can embrace it, it will change your life. It will change the way that you see the graduation from life temporal to life everlasting.
Love it. PastorJeffSpeaks.com. Go and get your free gift or you don't like the word free.
No cost to you.
There you go. No cost to you.
I was dedicated, I engaged, and I was consistent in getting it out.
Oh, loved it. So loved every minute of it. Thank you. You're always welcome to come back, of course, to Rio. You are welcome. And it happens every month. So I will definitely keep you posted and definitely come back. And we cannot wait for the next one. So thank you again. Pastor Jeff Moffitt is in the house, everybody. What a pleasure that was, right? So guess what? Day 2 is off and running. And wow, already in the books, just as I knew it would be. Following up on another one that was in a day in the books, which was yesterday, day 1. So with that said, I am excited to bring you the next speaker up. And this young lady that I have been working with for the last couple of months is doing phenomenal things. Callie Girl is in the house. She is backstage waiting to come up. And I cannot wait to bring her up. And it's going to be a quick little interview style here that we are going to do. The Cali Girl is a Northern California native sharing unique takes on pop cultural entertainment, and world news. As well, she is the CEO of Cali Girl Media Productions, the podcast of Humanity of Fame, and the media blog Cali Girl Blog. And her objective is to educate, inform, and inspire. And rather than focus on what divides us, she uses her platform to focus on how much we are more similar than different. So she is here to inspire and enlighten. And she is inspired and enlightened, by the way, by all of the guests that come onto her show. And that is why I definitely want to bring her up as well and join us today. Hello, Cali Girl. How are you?
Hi, Ramona. Hi.
Hello. So say hello to everybody. We have people from all over the world. This is definitely global. We have another speaker that's coming up a little bit later as well, and he probably is watching already from the UK. So it is definitely a global audience in the house right now. So
hi, globals. Hi, everybody.
Absolutely. So I definitely just wanted to chat with you today about exactly what it is that you have been creating. And I absolutely love what you do. I love that you have put it into your own incubator, by the way. You have created your own incubator of Cali Girl Media Productions through a blog and a podcast, Humanity of Fame. And you talk about worldly news, ideas, and topics, and you really unpack them. And it's the way and process that you use to unpack them that I have definitely found intriguing. So I said, you know what? I want her to come to the debut, her actual idea and her business to the Royal Influencers Organization family and movement. And you share with us, how is it and where did you get this idea to talk about worldly news, pop culture, but integrate the differences, but highlight how much we are similar? Where did that idea really stem from?
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for having me. Let me just give a shout out to Dr. PJ right quick. He set the roof on fire. He was on my road today, taking me to church. So I just had to say that. But to answer your question, I've always loved everything involving media, arts, or what have you. Now, what's most interesting is I hated the news growing up. My grandmother was basically my babysitter, okay? And she always watched the news, 60 Minutes, Eyewitness News, whatever, and I loathed the news, okay? But I did love sitcoms and comedy, anything like that, drama, arts, music, definitely, right? So it's ironic that I love the news today, right? Because I hated it growing up. But anyways, I started the blog because, again, I love things media. And so I could talk about it for hours on end, but not a lot of people in my circle, they're not interested, to talk about it to the length that I am. So I was like, I got to get it out. So I created a blog.
Okay.
And that's my baby. Don't get it wrong. Don't get me wrong. Cali Girl Blog is my baby, but something was still missing. And what was missing for me was the human connection. Right. And so as we watch things in social media, again, I feel like there's a lot of keyboard gangsters, online, they say things online that they wouldn't say to your face, people are rude. They're very judgmental. And so when you see comments about what celebrities are going through, I noticed that there was a lack of empathy. There's no sympathy. Where is the humanity? Why are people in of a certain status treated differently? As though we don't experience the same things. And I think that there is an illusion that we don't experience the same things because of their status, for example, right? And so I wanted to do a podcast because I always loved talk shows, right? So now talk shows are basically dubbed virtually a podcast, right?
Okay.
So I wanted it to be different because I started doing a podcast that was just talking, basically pulling stories from my blog. And I was like, I don't want to just talk about the stories. Like, what about, how does that relate to me? And so I believe I got a download from God, okay, because I didn't come up with it. It wasn't like I was sitting around like, so how can I do this? What can I do? It was something that I was reading online, and I was just like, wow, look at these comments. Like, again, where is the humanity? And I said, you know what? That is what I feel is missing, even in the world today, not that it doesn't exist, but it's not something that is highly publicized. If you look at the news today, you get all the bad, you know, for the first half hour, and then like the last half hour of the news is all the good stories, the philanthropy type stories, and what have you, right? Everybody's tuned off by then, right?
Absolutely.
And so I was like, I want to bring that back to the forefront. And so I came up with the idea, or I got a download rather, to, you know, pull the stories that are in the headlines where I feel like the news is really trying to divide us, to give us, you know, more things to talk about and more negative or what have you.
Exactly.
And rather than focus on the person in the headlines, focus on the story and how it can relate to us.
Absolutely. Love
and
that.
Let's have a greater discussion about that. That also allows us to highlight the humanity, because we go through it too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Loved how you have merged something that you were exposed to indirectly at your grandmother's while she was babysitting you or keeping you. So I loved how you merged something that you didn't like in the past, but became to love it and saw maybe even a need for us to stay in the know of what's going on in the world and around us, right? In the community around us. So I love how you merged the two. And when I listen to you, I hear what you stand for as well as what you stand against. And I absolutely love that. And a lot of people don't realize that when they speak, that people can actually pick up, if they're listening and watching for it, people can actually hear what your passion is. And I see that your passion really is to give people a voice, for one, give people a voice, meaning you're bringing people in, giving them the topic to unpack, and then you're hearing their perspective. And then you're pointing out how they can now relate to that topic. So that's the humanity, like you just mentioned. That's the humanity side. So you're bringing that human element to what news tends to highlight and spotlight the negative part of every race, every culture, every city in America. It's always, like you said, it's always a big focus on the negative. So we all have to be cognizant, I think, of what the news is really portraying to us and what we are really allowing ourselves to absorb from the news. So what the news is depicting, in other words. So
let me give you an example really quick.
Yes,
like,
please
for example, you know, many people are not fans of Kim Kardashian, you know, to each his own, right? But this is an example. Her daughter landed a role in the stage play The Lion King.
Yeah, I remember that.
And many people felt like, oh my gosh, you know, she doesn't qualify. She can't sing. How does she get this role? It's only because of her mom is a Kardashian.
I remember that.
The level of nepotism, so on and so forth.
Exactly.
So people are going in online. Everybody has a comment. Everybody is mad and upset.
Yes.
Here's the humanity side of it. So you mean in your life, okay, as an average everyday citizen like myself, you've never used the level of nepotism? So are you saying that if you knew someone,
I love it,
who worked for an employer and they said, hey, here's an opportunity that you qualify for and you can use me as a reference, what are you going to say? Oh no, that's okay. Of course not.
Exactly.
Opportunity. So let's not act as though just because a person is a celebrity that they're very different and we wouldn't do the same things or take advantage of the same opportunities that they have if they were placed in front of us.
Absolutely. That was a powerful analogy. I absolutely love it. And yes, we have all been subjected to exactly that. But like you said, it's those keyboard gangsters. I absolutely love that. I chuckled when you said it. that because it is social media. Social media, they have an opinion that they feel that they want to share. And that they want it to be heard and exposed. But they don't necessarily have the platform and the opportunity to really take a deeper dive. Because remember, on social media, it's literally 3 to 5 seconds that you're thumb scrolling, right? And you see something, and then you act impulsively, and then you just respond, right? Or react. More often than not, we're reacting.
Right? There's a lot of reactions more than there are responses.
There you go. More reactions than responses. So there you go. And that is exactly what is happening. And then before you know it, it has literally blown up into this viral situation, right?
Right.
And
Right.
that is exactly what you are doing through the Cali Girl blog and the Cali Girl podcast.
Humanity of Fame.
And Humanity of Fame podcast
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
So I absolutely love the concept of how you are now bringing the spotlight onto, we aren't really that different, guys.
Absolutely.
You've done that before too.
Absolutely.
And you're bringing speakers and different speakers from different walks of life and backgrounds.
Yes, it's a variety, and it doesn't necessarily, again, we're not focusing so much on the celebrity. We're using that as a catalyst. We're focusing on the headline and talking about the headline more than we are talking about the person in the headline.
Absolutely. And something else I want to share with you. There was a study that someone did about what the news does to you when you watch it every day, to your body and your mind as well. And let's break down the word television.
Television.
So that's exactly what is happening.
Right.
Regardless of whether it's a sitcom, regardless of whether it's the news, they are telling you a vision. They're telling you what to think, what to feel, what to see. And believe it or not, your emotions are triggered and impacted or changed or altered depending on what it is that you're looking at. How many times you've been to a movie or you watch Lifetime movies and it's very emotional and you start getting emotional, right?
Absolutely.
You're not in the situation, but it does impact you, right? Because you're human. So I absolutely love that. Pastor Jeff said when the headline comes from the heart line. Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that.
Absolutely.
Not an OG, but a KG. Oh, Cali Girl, KG. Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. So thank you so much. Pastor Jeff is still in the house. Absolutely love it. So tell me, are you, when you look back at all of the people in your bloodline, in your family, are you the first entrepreneur to come out and now come on to social media and build a business, or to expose your what you like and what you don't like, or what you're for and what you're against, and use your voice on a platform, a public platform such as social media?
Actually, I am. And that's interesting too, because I'm the first of a lot of things in my bloodline.
So you're chosen. You're chosen.
I didn't ask for it, right?
Breaking those generational curses, right?
I don't gloat. I'm just saying my experience. I didn't have anyone around me to look to as an example, so I'm the first to do, stage plays. I'm the first to produce, a music, a CD, a gospel CD. I'm the first one to write it. I'm a lot of first, right?
Yes.
But my point in saying that is, I didn't have really anyone in my family to look to for as an example, right? I had to, go to school, go to college, get with a good company, get your 401k, and retire.
Yeah, okay. The system that was inbred.
Right. The Matrix, right? The Matrix. Absolutely. However, that's not what I saw when I turned on the television. When I went to the movies, when I went to museums, fashion shows, concerts, I saw people accomplishing their dreams. I saw people that were doing things way beyond going to the brick and mortar and getting your 401k, and then retiring. And that's where my imagination came. That's where my desire to explore different things came from. And so with this here, this is just another one of the first. There
you go.
And when you don't have anybody that you can look to, and everybody pretty much is external, it's a little bit more challenging, because people that are external are not always as accessible as those that are in your circle.
That's good.
So you have to depend on yourself a lot. You have to decide, do you want this or not?
Absolutely.
And with this whole podcast, it was like, do you have something to say or not? And I do.
Wow. Absolutely love that. Right? So how is it received in your family? Is it shocking? Is it surprising? Or are they a little unsure? Like, wait, what is this?
It's not shocking. I can tell you that. It's not shocking. Now I have heard things like, you're brave or things like that. And in my mind,
I love that.
I don't even see that. I don't see brave, you know. I see shaking in my boots, but doing it anyway. And that's how that's how I've done several things in my life.
Oh, let's unpack that. Let's unpack that. Stop right there. I see shaking in my boots, but do it anyway. But people in my family, comments that you're hearing is, wow, you're brave. Right. I absolutely love that. That should resonate with everybody that's out there listening, whether you're listening on Facebook, whether you're listening on LinkedIn or YouTube. Everyone out there should take something, a nugget from that one statement that, yes, she is the first to come out and publicly use her voice on a public platform such as social media and build something, a business, and incubate it, protect it, develop it, nurture it. Yet some of her family are like, boy, that's brave. And then she is like, well, not quite brave at all.
Not
I'm
really.
shaking in my boots, but I'm doing it anyway.
Not really.
I absolutely love that. I love it.
Because many times when you lay down at night and you're in your thoughts, you don't just necessarily fall asleep. You're in your thoughts.
Yes.
And, you know, if you're looking around saying, you know, this can't be it.
Right.
So you have to make the determination to go for it.
Absolutely.
You know, and again, that's how I felt and accomplished things that I've done previously, you know, so this is just another one of those things that, you know, yeah, I may have a level of fear, but I'm going to press through anyway, because I want it more than I'm afraid.
Love it. Oh, I want it more than I am afraid. Yeah. Wow. You have, and that's something that you must, every entrepreneur, that is the game-changing statement. And that is the game-changing inspiration and motivation. You have to want it more than you are afraid. And the beauty of fear, by the way, well, since you mentioned afraid, the beauty of fear is you get to flip the coin.
Oh, yeah, that's the coin flipper. Okay, go ahead.
You get to flip the coin from the fear side to the faith side.
Right.
Because both of them require you to believe in something that you can't see.
Right.
So you can't see whatever it is that you're afraid of. You're afraid of it, in fact, for that very reason, because you can't see it. You can't see yourself successful yet, but you have to have enough vision, so that when you close your eyes, you have to be able to visualize yourself with it, whatever it is. Whatever success means to you, because whatever success is to me is different from what it is to you, is different from what it is to Pastor Jeff. It's different from what it is to Bella. It's different from what it is to Christina.
Right.
So success is the idea, however, different. And that is exactly what you point out in your podcast.
Yeah.
The Humanity of Fame podcast, is that we are more similar and alike than we are different. Absolutely. But we tend to focus from things like watching the news. That tends to spotlight our differences, right?
Absolutely. Right.
So I absolutely love that. And as you were speaking about you're the first to do everything, there's this saying, and I'm sure that you probably have heard it, but there's this saying that said, isn't it funny when the black sheep becomes the goat? I just thought about that.
Yeah.
I just thought about that. I thought, you know what? That's funny. And guess what? I'm the first to do a lot of things as well.
Yeah.
And it looks like we have a lot in common as we are overachievers. Yeah. So we're kind of the out of the box thinkers. So mainstream and everybody in our bloodline and family says do it this way, and we are typically the ones that will come outside of that mainstream thought process and mentality and do things our own way. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that, which is why I wanted to highlight it from this story. I wanted to highlight it for those people out there that are afraid, because, well, if I do that, then that's not what everybody around me and everybody that I've been watching in my family and in my past have done. I will be different. I will stand out.
There you go. Right there. I was reflecting as you're speaking, and I said, even as a kid, elementary school, high school, there's always somebody who either told me I was different or made me feel as though I was different. And that, stayed with me. And then, sometimes I embraced it. Many times I didn't. I didn't want to be different.
Right.
Even my name, I mean, Kelly Girl is my moniker, but my name is different.
Right.
I went to school with a lot of Lisa, Stacy, Pam, and then you have Kaylani. It's like people don't know how to pronounce it. They're making fun of it. So I've been different ever since. Right? Like, why did my mom name me that? I hated the name. Now I love my name. I love my differences. I love my personality and things like that. So embrace your differences, whatever they are.
I love it. I love it. And that also brings me right back to the speaker before you, which was Pastor Jeff.
Yeah.
He spoke about uniqueness. He spoke about you are unique. Every single one of us are unique. We were made unique. It's the exact reason that every single one of our fingerprints, there's nobody else in the world that has your fingerprint. So we were made and created to be different.
Right.
Well, so embrace our differences, which is exactly what you've done. And it will definitely work out for you. So absolutely love this chat that we had today. So tell me, where do you see yourself as the last question? And then we'll wrap up and get ready for our next speaker who's sitting in the backstage waiting to come up. And I cannot wait to have her up as well. But where do you see yourself, and how do you see yourself evolving into your media production, your Cali Girl Media Productions? Where do you see it in 5 years, and where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Well, in 5 years, hopefully it's sooner than 5 years, but in 5 years, give myself the grace of 5 years.
There you go. There you go.
No,
that incubator takes time.
Yeah. No, I want to produce reality shows. And when I say reality shows, I don't mean scripted TV. I mean, we have reality shows now that's pretty much scripted TV.
Absolutely.
And I don't knock them, okay? There's moments of there are learning moments,
Gotcha.
in those type of shows as well.
Absolutely.
So I want to produce shows that are more like documentaries. Have you ever heard of This Is Life with Lisa Lynn?
I have, and that's one of my favorites as well.
Yeah. And her show is interview style, talking about different cultures, subcultures, going around.
Absolutely.
I want to have a talk show, okay, in a physical studio though.
Okay.
Not virtual, but a physical.
Love it.
Excuse me, where I'm interviewing guests. Solo groups like Phil Donahue, going way back.
There you go. Yes, that's definitely going way back.
right. Phil Donahue, or bring it in even closer to today. Sherry Shepherd, shows like that, where again I'm still sitting down interviewing. I don't want to be a talking head. I want to hear the perspective of other people so that I can also be educated, informed, and inspired.
Oh, love it. Yes.
It's not about me. It's about who I'm talking to and what they can bring. And I also want to have people who are for a topic and oppose a topic. That creates a dialogue. That way we can have a healthy discussion. You don't have to agree on everything in order for something to be a healthy discussion. Perspectives are built on experiences and backgrounds.
Oh,
right.
Beautiful.
So that's pretty much where I see myself producing shows, reality shows, and also having a physical live studio where I can have live sit downs with guests.
Awesome. So the very first conversation, I'm going to remind you of the very first conversation that we had. I told you already that you are definitely well on your way to definitely being uber successful. And you are a phenomenal speaker, phenomenal producer as well, and can multifaceted, can even entertain. So I absolutely love it. And I definitely wish you much success. So you want your own talk show, your own reality show, and you are well on your way. So thank you. And thank you so much for a great segment today.
Let me clarify. Sure. When I say reality show, I don't mean for me. I mean more in the day in the life of somebody else.
Awesome.
Not me again. I'm not the focus.
Okay, gotcha. Awesome. So putting the focus on someone else.
Yeah, because everybody has a story to share. So I want people to share their stories.
Awesome. Love it. So Cali Girl is in the house, everybody. Has made her debut on the Royal Influencers organization Business Incubator 2 stage. So thank you. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to meet you. This has been great.
Awesome.
Live up in here.
Thank you. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And so glad you were able to listen in a little bit to the speaker before you, to Pastor Jeff. So
yeah. Like absolutely. I said, he was on my row. He was on my row, about to pull out that church fan.
I know. Absolutely love it. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day. Hang out backstage.
Yeah.
Or just listen in.
Yeah, I look forward to listening to the other speakers.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you again for being here.
Bye. Peace and
Girl in the house, everybody. Thank you. Wow, that was awesome to have Cali Girl Media Productions in the house. So with that said, we are ready for our very next speaker that is coming up, a 2-time author, by the way, burnout specialist, by the way, as well as a speaker, upcoming speaker as well. Becca Boston is here in the house, making her debut as well. So we had 2 first-timers back to back. Didn't even notice that until just now. But we have Becca Boston sitting in the backstage. I want you to bring her up, Christina, so that we can definitely chat with her for a couple minutes. Hello, Becca. How are you?
Hello, my friend. I'm doing absolutely amazing. I had to get up out of my chair because the energy is just so infectious right now. There's if I continue to sit, I'm gonna limit my energy. So I had to get up and I'm moving. But
that's awesome. Thank you so much for being here, for one.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your yes. And I absolutely love that you wanted to come on to the platform, to Royal Influencers, Rio for short, which is why you see the Rio in the upper corner, and share exactly what it is that you have experienced. Share a little bit of your vulnerability and what you've learned from not taking care of yourself, and from not paying attention to your body, and from not taking those breaks and those very necessary pauses while you are going after whatever it is that you are wanting to create for yourself in life, which is your dream, your vision, your business. So whatever that is, I definitely just wanted to thank you for coming onto the Rio platform and stage and sharing it with everyone else. And I know that you also have a brand new book as well on the topic. So tell everybody the title of the book and where they can get it, for one. And then I am going to definitely let you tell everybody who you are and what it is that you do. And then I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best. So tell everybody about the book to start.
Yeah. So my new book is Burn the Burnout for Caregivers. We'll get into it in a little bit about my journey of being a caregiver. But it's Burn the Burnout for Caregivers, helping caregivers recognize that they need to make themselves a priority in a field and a title that, we're so accustomed to putting other people before ourselves. And it's based off of my lived experience. So I help caregivers change the narrative in their minds, discover six aspects of self-care, and create healthy boundaries in their life. So awesome. It's coming soon, but just for today, for everyone, if you go to my website, I did make the book, the e-copy of the book, free for you guys. So you can just do Burn It as a discount code, and you will receive a free e-copy of the book.
Wow, Burn It. Burn It is the discount code. Everybody got that? Burn It is the discount code. So where can they get the link, the actual link to get to the book again?
If you just go on my website, it's right there.
Oh, there you go. On the website. There you go. So thank you so much, Becca Boston in the house. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best. And then I'm going to come back up and ask you a couple of questions about what you shared.
Sounds good. How much time do you think?
15, 20 minutes.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well, I'm super, super excited to be here with you guys today. As Ramona said, my name is Becca Boston. Don't get my last name twisted. I'm not from Boston. I was born and raised outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and now live here in Tacoma, Washington. And I'm just going to take a moment to share a little bit about who I am, a little bit about my caregiving experience before I jump in to Burn the Burnouts. And the reason I do this is because I just want caregivers and individuals to recognize that there is more to you than your job title, and also just to give you a sense of who I am. So I'm a big-hearted extrovert. I generally love connecting with other people. I also value and need my quality me time. So I always say I'm extrovertedly independent. I grew up knowing at a young age that being different makes a difference, as I was diagnosed with a learning disability at a young age, specifically dyslexia and an auditory processing disorder. And I also know that within having a learning disability, that there is strength in becoming and being your biggest advocate in and outside of the classroom. However, unfortunately, speaking up for my mental health and advocating for my mental health got really challenging and hard as I hid a domestic violence relationship and an addiction to self-harm behind my smile. So eventually I did have to choose my hard, and I say hard because we're all facing a hard right here, right now. And we can choose to remain in the same situation and live our life on repeat, or we can choose our hard and start taking the small steps forward and bettering our situation. It's not an overnight result, but it is a choice and an overtime process. So eventually I did step out of the domestic violence relationship, and I did step into the war of recovery. And I say war of recovery because trauma broke me, but recovery did make me stronger. And in 2016, I packed my bags, moved across the country. And that's kind of really where my caregiving experience began to take off. I did move across the country to have a new, fresh start and a new chapter, and started taking care of my niece for the first couple of years of her life. I also then became a skills trainer and a direct support professional for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I took a break for that for a little bit and became a certified nursing assistant. Quickly recognized that was not the field for me. So I went back to working with individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities as I was the care coordinator and then the training coordinator as well. And throughout my time as a caregiver and working in the healthcare field, I was never taught like what self-care is and how to take care of myself in a field where in a world where we're so accustomed to prioritizing other people and forgetting about ourselves. And I had to come to a point in my life where I began to recognize that I'm sick and tired of living for other people and that it's time for me to show up for me. So in 2020, I made myself a commitment that I was going to start prioritizing myself. And this is kind of where Burn the Burnout all comes from, which I'm going to dive to kind of now so you guys get a sense of what it is. And I'll kind of bring you on my journey with this. But so what is burnout, right? Burnout, I say, is a marathon of emotions running on energy reserves without a finish line in sight. So for me, I think it's important to recognize that burnout is prolonged stress and physical stress from excessive work-related demands and ongoing stress. So with it being a marathon of emotions, throughout this burnout, it really comes down to self-awareness, but sometimes your light's going to go out, right? You're going to be questioning why you're doing what you're doing. You're going to be losing some of that passion and that drive that you have. And I think that burnout is one that it's going to be different for each and every single person. But I also think it's important to also recognize that even a light bulb needs to be turned off at times. We all need those times to disconnect so that we can continue to light the passion that is within inside of us and for us to see the light that is within inside of us. So it's okay for you to disconnect. It's okay for you to turn off. And we'll get into those in a little bit. But I also just want to say that there's a difference between burnout and compassion fatigue. And I've found out that this is something that a lot of people don't recognize is that, so burnout, like I said, refers to the physical and emotional exhaustion, where compassion fatigue refers to the emotional, physical, and psychological impact of prioritizing others' needs before yourself. So I think sometimes, and how I'd explain it is, I know I'm hitting compassion fatigue when I catch myself like, I'm done peopling, no more people, please. And that's usually a big sign for me because I am an extrovert and I love connecting with people, but sometimes just people are poking your buttons one too many times, right? So I think it's healthy to recognize when you're experiencing compassion fatigue, and that's really when it's important to set those boundaries, right? So I think throughout my journey, I often felt so guilty for, prioritizing myself and engaging in self-care, right? And that brings up the question, like, what is self-care? I think in this society, we have this like circus ticket to what self-care is, right? We see hashtag self-care Sunday. Why just one day? There's 6 other days of the week like that you can be engaging in self-care. And also, I think that self-care has kind of been seen as like it's all the feel-good activities, you know, like going to get your Starbucks, going to get your ice cream, binge watching your favorite TV shows. And I'm not saying don't do those things. Those things are highly, highly, you know, needed within our life. Like if you took away ice cream, I'd have a mental health crisis. Like I need my bucket of ice cream at times, right? But I think at the same time, self-care is not only needed, but it is necessary for your progression within life. The more that you learn that self-care isn't always the feel-good activities, sometimes it's the hard things of changing the narrative in your mind, which we're about to get into. But you know, I think it's just important to recognize and just have some of these tools to be aware of and kind of check in with yourself, you know, about how you're doing. And people always often ask me when I'm going through these sections, like, how do you create balance within them? I don't necessarily believe in full balance. I believe that it's checking in with your body and asking yourself, what do I need in this season? Or making sure that you're taking care of your physical health, that you're doing some of the productive things that you've been putting off for far too long. So just starting with changing the narrative in your minds. I know I have definitely been guilty, and I think many of us, of getting up in the morning and saying, ugh, I have to go to work. No, you get to go to work. Like there are people that are praying to be in the position that you are in today, right? And I think too, at the same time, sometimes when we're lost in the hustle of whether that's caregiving or even since I brought this program out, I've been talking to a lot of entrepreneurs, we forget about our impact. So I think even just reminding yourself that you are purpose, you're here for a purpose, you're impacting people, hopefully on purpose, and being aware of the achievements that you have created, and knowing that you are enough. So I think being able to create those I am statements and speak life into your life. You know, I was speaking earlier this morning to a group of people, and I shared that, you know, in my self-harm journey, I was struggling to see the light within me. And I had many people tell me, you need to see the light within inside of you. And, you know, I couldn't see it at that time. I couldn't see it in that moment. Sometimes other people see the light within inside of you before you see it yourself. But I also want to challenge you that when somebody gives you a compliment, hold on to that and turn it into a positive affirmation, because what you believe is what you become. So for me, I was so focused on my journey of, you know, not harming my body. But what I had to recognize is that negative self-talk is an act of self-harm. Because with negative self-talk, you are digging your potential a grave. So just be aware of the self-talk that you are engaging in. To dive into the first aspect of self-care, and I'm going to kind of go through these quickly, but don't hesitate to reach out if you guys have questions. It's emotional self-care. So emotional self-care is acknowledging and recognizing that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to acknowledge and feel what you need to feel. I always say facts over feelings, though, right? It's okay to feel sad. It's okay to feel that loneliness and acknowledge that loneliness, but challenge it. Are you really lonely? You may feel lonely, but you are never alone, right? So I think emotional self-care can be some of these feel-good activities, such as taking a bubble bath and a spa day, journaling, binge watching your favorite movies. I also think, and I'm a huge advocate for therapy. Your strength is giving your pain a voice and receiving the help that is needed while staying true to who you are. That is stay strong, stay you's mission. And I'm a big advocate for therapy. So I think it's also just taking care of you in a season that is hard or challenging, even on a day-to-day basis, right? We all have waves of emotions throughout the day. So I also just say that I think the challenging part of emotional self-care is that it can create a comfort zone. We can get stuck in some of the feel-good activities, and this can be part of, you know, our routine moving forward. And that's why I encourage you to also just listen and maybe tap into what are the other aspects of self-care that you need. So the next one is physical self-care. And when I say physical self-care, listen, I'm not just talking about going to the gym. Like, if you're somebody who is dedicated to the gym, trust me, I get it. I like the gym too. But I also just want to say that physical self-care is staying hydrated. It's moving your body, whatever that looks like for you. Movement moves your mood. Engaging in nutrition that feels good to you, one that you enjoy. Again, enjoy your treats, enjoy what you want, but also just check in with yourself of, how you're feeling after you eat certain meals. And the other one that I really bring to attention with caregivers, but also entrepreneurs, because we can get so lost in the hustle, is sleep. Rest is productive. Are you getting enough sleep? Now, the next aspect of self-care that I'll jump into is spiritual self-care. And this can encompass any ritual or practice that strengthens your connection with your higher self, or your God, or whatever that looks like to you. And this can be a spiritual community. This can be meditation. This can be connecting with nature, a gratitude practice. Music sometimes is a spiritual form for some individuals. So find that thing that allows you to tap into your higher self. The next aspect of self-care is productive self-care. And some people may think that productive self-care is simply assessing like how your self-care regimen is going, but no, it is actually more than that. Productive self-care is actually attending to the things that you have been putting off for a while. I know for myself, like, I'm speaking to me right here. Like, I think the thing about the burnout is I often have to practice what I preach. But even just before I was on this, like, recognizing that there's some things that I need to get done that I've been putting off for a while. And I think sometimes I know for myself, I put it off for a little too long because I think it's going to take like longer than it's going to. Like an email, it really takes me 5 minutes to respond, but I have anxiety about responding to this email. So just, crossing off the list of the things that you need to get done. And there is really something powerful when you can just check it off of a to-do list. And I also just encourage people who are entrepreneurs or caregivers that, sometimes we get sidetracked from the things that we're doing, right? Other priorities come up. And when life starts lifing and you get drawn away from your to-do list, I encourage people what I call a to-done list. And that is like, what did I get done in that day that was still productive and, impactful, but just not what was on my to-do list that day. Maybe it was, I know when I was in caregiving, a lot of the time or some of the time it was responding to emergencies. So I would write down like what that emergency was and why I got distracted, because sometimes in seasons of burnout, we can feel like we're not doing enough when in reality, we are doing enough. So sometimes that can help to put things into perspective. The next aspect of self-care is mental self-care. And this is an effective way to declutter your mind and nurture your self-confidence and ensure that we are continuing to grow as students in the classroom of life. So for me, what this is looking like is reading a book that is out of my comfort zone or out of what I typically would read. So for me, I'm very into like self-help books and I absolutely love them. That's become my comfort zone within reading. And recently I've challenged myself to get out to read more finance books and marketing books so that I'm continuing to learn and grow as an entrepreneur. So I think mental self-care is doing something that slightly challenges you outside of your comfort zone, but also could just be a simple activity that gets your brain to think differently. This could be doing a puzzle or challenging yourself not to swear or challenging yourself to not discuss work past a certain amount of time with your family or your loved ones, right? So mental self-care, again, can look different to each and every single one of us. And the last part of self-care that I will talk about, and then we'll talk about one more thing, is social self-care. Social self-care is recognizing that, we're human beings and we need connection. And I always just say that there is a difference between loneliness and being alone. Loneliness is, again, feeling like it is just you in a world of 7 billion people, where being alone is needing your quality me time. So know when you need the time for yourself to engage, but also know when you are feeling that loneliness and reach out. Listen, I know I'm a big extrovert, but to people who I've talked to who are more introverted have said their social care is even just at times saying hi to the person, who's at the checkout line, or calling up their family or their friends. It doesn't have to always be a big activity of get your friends together and go out, right? It can be a small way of just connecting with others, because humans need human connection, and that's going to look different to everyone. So the last and final part is creating boundaries. And this is something that has taken me a very, very long time as a giver, to really, become more firm on my boundaries externally, internally, with inside of myself. And it takes time. I think sometimes we don't even know what our boundaries are until somebody oversteps our boundaries. So just to share real quick of some lessons I've learned within boundaries of there's power in saying no. There's a big difference between your free time and your availability. Just because you're free may not mean that you have the mental availability to show up for other people. Don't let your guilt overwhelm you. Put limit on certain conversations. I know for me, sometimes I put limits on other people of you can only blame and complain for so long, because blaming and complaining does not get you results in your life. And that boundaries are for you, and it doesn't make you selfish or uncaring. If anything, saying no and creating boundaries allows you to say yes to you. So say yes to yourself and start making yourself a priority so you can burn the burnout.
Wow, Becca. Oh my goodness. Becca, that was a good class on burnout. I kid you not. I have never, and this speaks volumes to the fact that I am a giver as well.
Yeah.
And I have never heard burnout broken down in such bite-sized pieces that you can swallow and understand and grasp. Some people say you use the term self-care circus term. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that, because some people just casually mention it, but they never really, really define what it looks like,
Mm-hmm.
and what it feels like, and what it might sound like.
Yeah.
Self-care may sound like loneliness because you're by yourself, but it's not loneliness. It's just you spending quality time with yourself without anybody else in the space, so that you can now regroup and recharge before you go back out and start taking care of someone else or pouring into someone else. Wow, that was powerful. And Dylan Taylor just gave you a fire emoji, by the way, which is on the screen. And Linda Rigby, who's coming up a little bit later, said, that's true, Becca. There you go. There's her comment as well. There was all kinds of comments. They were learning and commenting as you were going. So I just wanted you to know that you were definitely moving the audience just as you were moving me as well. But you broke down social self-care, because we all need connection. Yeah. You mentioned mental self-care.
Yes.
You mentioned emotional self-care. And you mentioned physical self-care. Absolutely phenomenal. Desperately needed topic. Wow. Absolutely love it. I want to definitely encourage every single one of you to go out and get her book as well. And Burn It is the actual coupon code that you want to use. And Becca, I want you to also put in, Christina, if you can put in Dr. James's free 31 days of inspiration that everybody gets for free from yesterday. He was a speaker from yesterday. You get free 31 days of inspiration, and it is phenomenal. All you have to do is text the code There it is right there. Text the code 26786, and you want to text that. That's the number, but you want to text 31 now. Text 31 now to 27686. So everybody here today, if you weren't here yesterday, needs to definitely go and get that 31 days of inspiration. I definitely got it right away and listened to my segment this morning already. It comes directly to your email or to your text message. So it's very, very easy. You don't have to go find it or anything, but I definitely want for everybody to have that. And I was thinking of that while you were actually speaking, and he'll be coming back as well. But I absolutely love that you broke down self-care in such a way that every single person can understand it. Self-care is not just doing something that you like, but it is really, really taking the time, giving yourself the opportunity to really process their feelings, their emotions, if you're exhausted. Some people are walking around physically exhausted, depleted, literally depleted, bankrupt emotionally bankrupt, and yet they're trying to pour into other people.
Yep.
So what you're really doing is pouring from an empty cup. And that's something that I've always taught and always shared, is that you have to keep your cup so full that it's actually running over onto the saucer, and you're pouring into other people from the saucer, from the overflow. What's in the cup is for you.
And I always say too, like, whether the cup is half empty or half full, it is your responsibility to fill the cup.
Yes. Oh my God.
And then,
oh my goodness,
as it is your responsibility to keep your cup full, you have to be able to pour from the overflow. So people often ask me, like, how am I supposed to have really good energy? One, I know where to be a leader, and I know where to sit back to be the student. So like my 5 a.m. times, those are for me. And having my cup poured into. So
sacred time just for you.
Yeah.
To fill your cup so that it's overflowing. Not half empty, but overflowing. And I love that you said it is your responsibility. Some people are like, I'm so tired. You guys are tiring me out. No. You are tiring you out.
Exactly.
Because you're not investing in refilling your cup to the point where it's overflowing, and then you're only pouring from the overflow on the saucer. And the same thing goes with healing. Healing is a lifelong journey, by the way, but it is also your responsibility. It's not your responsibility to fix what has been done to you or what someone has done to you, but it is your responsibility to heal from it.
Yeah. And same with happiness. Happiness is a customized emotion that you get to create. And I always say, like, people come to me and saying, like, oh, how can I? Because, with my story, I've turned my hurt into my happiness, right?
Absolutely.
So I have people say, like, how do I create happiness? And for me, it's like, go out and discover the things that make you happy. Like,
thank you.
You can hear other people's, like, what I call ingredients, like what they do in their life. So hear all the ingredients and create your own recipe.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And the other thing that I definitely wanted that came to mind while you were actually speaking is on happiness. Some people that are unhappy because you're giving the responsibility of making you happy to someone else. You will always 110% of the time be disappointed because you're giving the power of your happiness to someone else. They are not responsible for making you happy. Nobody, in fact, is responsible for making you happy. Imagine this. If you are giving the responsibility of someone else to make you happy, you're also giving them the responsibility to disappoint you.
Absolutely.
I mean, essentially, that's exactly
it like brings me, every time like somebody says that too, it brings me back to like those moments of like, you get out of a relationship and you're like, oh, I actually didn't like that song or that artist, or, and you just custom to what that person liked because, you want to please that person.
Absolutely.
It's like, don't lose sight of what you love. And it's not to
say
age, but
losing yourself in someone else is the biggest disappointment as well. So thank you. Thank you. That was absolutely phenomenal. That was a masterclass. That was, I mean, it was a masterclass. So thank you, Becca, for debuting on the Royal Influencers Organization Business Incubator 2. And we are going to go ahead and let you go about your day because I see that you're celebrating and you're traveling. You have all kinds of stuff going on. But I love the shirt as well. You are enough, and you are more than enough. So thank you. And that's a message to everybody out there. You all are more than enough. So thank you so much, Becca Boston in the house, everybody. Wow, that was awesome. That was absolutely phenomenal. Nobody else is responsible for your happiness, for your self-care, or for your healing. You are 110% responsible. Oh my God. Happy Life Movement, Carolyn. Oh, Carolyn, if you had that link to the speaker, I would bring you up on stage. Next one. On the next one, you have to come up on stage. That is my prior regional manager. We both worked in with Supercuts, and we did phenomenal things with Supercuts, by the way. She is my regional director. Some of the things that nobody knows about me is that I was a regional manager with Supercuts for 11 years. I worked with that company, and I managed Southeast region, 7 states, and 7 people called educators were in those states. And she was the regional director that managed all of the regional managers and our regions. And we won national awards, did phenomenal things, built that organization from 45 stores, took that organization, our team, took that organization from 45 stores to 500 stores with the franchise chain, Supercuts, it's what it's called. And that happened in under 2 years. And we generated $96 million for that company. And that article, by the way, is on Business Insider. And my one-woman show, Christina Baca, heard me tell that story on a stage last year, on a stage that Laura Frank Bernard was celebrating my birthday on. And it was a young lady from California. When I said, I lived in California part-time, it feels like, because I was always there. We were always there, Carolyn Morgan. But you see, Happy Life Movement is her new business. That's the name of her new business. So she's apparently in the watching in between clients, as she did yesterday also. And now the tables turn. Now here I am, being a coach and mentor for her with her business and things of that nature. So it is absolutely awesome. So with that said, Carolyn Bell, we'll talk about, that's a 30-year friendship. That is a 30+ year friendship. When my son was born, who is 29, I was traveling. I took him when he was only 4 months old to San Francisco, which is where the headquarters were. And I took him, my son, who is now 29, to meet all of them at a major event, a convention. And my mother had to fly with him because I refused to leave him at home. So that just tells you how old that relationship is. He's 29 now. And wow, just incredible. But anyway, moving right along, we have another speaker coming up, and I'm not even going to waste time. He was here yesterday, by the way.
Yeah. And Ramona,
by the way,
wonderful speaks today. My time is really limited. I have to go.
That works perfect for us.
That works perfect for us. You can continue to go
because you were here yesterday already. Anyway, You're here. You don't miss either. But I definitely just wanted to bring you in. This is David Evans from Pick TV Network. Everybody, he is doing phenomenal things. He is traveling all over the world. He's leaving right now this Saturday in just a couple of days to go to the
Jennifer
Hudson show, everybody. He will be there at the Jennifer Hudson show. He was just there at the Black Caucus and met and saw and had the opportunity to hear sorry, eating my hair, had the opportunity to hear President Biden as well as Vice President Kamala Harris speak at the Black Caucus not too long ago, last week, I think. And he has also been all over the place. He is also, I'm not even going to get off the stage. I'm going to stay here with you. As a matter of fact, I'm just ready.
So Ramona, let's get into this because I only have about 10 minutes or less. Okay. I have another big.
No worries. That's about all we have anyway.
Yeah, so I want to thank you, Ramona, for bringing all these wonderful speakers on today.
You're quite welcome.
Blessings that's taking place. Yesterday, we talked about getting past your no's to your yes and getting past your can's to your can. And, starting Pick TV Network in 2020, a lot of people told me I can't do it because I didn't have the experience. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the expertise. But
Awesome.
God gave me the opportunity to do a television network. Now we have TV shows, commercials, short films, and I mean, so many doors open, you know, and a lot of times when you're doing something for the first time, you have to write the vision, make it plain, run with it, because a lot of times people are not going to believe it until you achieve it.
Absolutely.
So you know, Ramona,
and that's Linda Rigby. Linda Rigby is here, and Bella's here, and she's watching, and she just gave you a little hello in the chat.
Yeah. so you know, before I close today, I just want to encourage somebody who's just starting out. You know, don't ever give up on your dreams. You invest in your time just like you're doing today. I never thought in my life I would be going to Paramount Studios, Warner Brothers, Universal Studios. We're flying out this Saturday to be there on Sunday on the Jennifer Hudson's program. Well, to be in there. And Terrence Howard, he's going to be also a VIP guest in the studio recording on this Monday coming up. So
that's amazing.
God is good, you know, and I'm just so excited. If anybody want to come on Pick TV Network, showcase your talent, gifts, and abilities to the world, go to www.watchpicktv.com. I think we'll put it up there, and we'll get you on. Ramona's been on. We have a lot of folks have been on, and we're looking for new content, new people to come on our TV show to showcase.
I'm going to get out of your way for a second and let you finish and wrap up.
Okay. To showcase your talent, your gifts, your abilities to the world on Pick TV. It is the place to be. We are a streaming network, so you come on with your phone, your laptop, your computer. This is your studio right here. So we connected to the world. And right now, everybody who's watching, I want you to come on and first of all, do a spotlight interview. That means to tell people about who you are and what you do, whether it's cooking, whether it's books, you know, whatever you do your spotlight interview. And the cost is so small. Nobody beats us. And we work with people who've never been on television before. I have a TV ready session I'm going to take you through, and our team will take you through. And the next thing you can do is a commercial. We're going to do commercials for you and play it on a network. Next thing you can do your own TV show. We love to see people come on. Check us out on Roku. Roku, channel 1000 is our live channel, which means we're beaming in on right now. Also, if you haven't seen us, go on YouTube, Pick TV Network, Spotlight, Pick TV Network interviews. As Ramona stated, we were in Washington, D.C., which is my home, recording at the Congressional Black Caucus Convention last week for 4 days. And Saturday, it was a sold-out banquet, and it was called the Phoenix Awards. And guess who was speaking? President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. Fantasia was there saying, and it was just amazing. We met so many people. And the beautiful thing about it, one of our managers prayed that when I get in, I would have favor to be up front. And it happened. I was recording for Pick TV Network right at the stage, right before, the Vice President live. And I met Tyrese, Gibson, who was an actor. I met Ghost, who comes on a power show. I'm up close and personal. You know, it was just amazing. Now, if you want to see that, go to YouTube and look at Pick TV Network media coverage at the CBC. That's Congressional Black Caucus. Yeah, check that out. Look at that interview. And we're just excited, about always supporting Ramona. I have 2 more minutes. I want to end on time today at 1:15. I have another engagement. Again, pray for me, pray for my wife, and her happy birthday, Coach Yvette Evans, and all the birthday folks in September. Happy birthday. But we will be going out to California for the second time in 2 months. We were out there for a whole month in July, and now we just got the information to go back out there again to be in the Jennifer Hudson show, to be on one of the guests in the audience there. And also, I just go in and God does the work. That's all I do. I just show up. And if you ever want to do something, show up. Show up. Don't listen to people say you can't do it. You can't be there. It won't work. I think Pastor Jeff was talking about that. Same thing I was talking about yesterday. Give yourself a shot. Believe in what you're doing. Matter of fact, I have a short film coming up this Thanksgiving and Christmas. You guys are going to really like it. It's the DC film that we did. It's called Love Back in the Day. You can check it out on Black Friday. We're going to do our premiere. And yeah, we're just going through where I grew up and talking. Every street has a story, and it's amazing. We're editing that now. That's our short film. And please check it out. Pick TV. I want you guys to come on to be a part of our shows, our programs. I have one more minute. You can call us at 202-505-2837 if you want to come on television and share your gift to the world. Holiday season is coming up. All the book authors right now, you can sell your books on Pick TV Network. Those who have holiday items, gifts, pocketbooks, I don't know, cosmetics, bags, whatever you do, gift bags, whatever. You can sell them on our Pick TV Network holiday channel, you know. So, yeah, Pick TV is the place to be. I love Ramona. I thank her for coming, letting me come on. I think this is my 6th or 7th time coming on the show, and I'll be back again. I'm just rushing because I have to go to another location at 2 p.m. But guess what? I'm on the way. Paramount Studios, we're on our way. Want to give God the praise. You know, God is so good. God is so good. So we go in there. Want to also give a shout out to Warner Brothers. We'll be going there. Universal Studios. When I go to California, I always show up. That's what I do. I go to all the studios out there that I can go into, and I meet people. I want to give a shout out to the Pick TV Network fans who are watching, and the managers. I want to give a shout out to Melvise, Colorado. I want to give a shout out. Michelle Cox, Atlanta, Georgia. Got to give a shout out to you. Dr. Sheila McGrew, Alabama. All the managers. I got so many Pick TV Network managers I want to give a lot of love out to. Monique, Washington, D.C. I haven't forgotten you guys. I love you, but my time is up and I have to go so I can make my next appointment. Don't forget, proper preparation prevents poor performance. Plan your work and work your plan. Nobody can beat you being you. Be the best version of yourself. Thank you, Ramona. I'm always happy to come on. This speaker's platform is one of the best in the world, and we're excited to bring to the world Washington, D.C.'s big events. Pick TV Network, you are know where we are, so check us out on Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, Twitter, and also Roku, Channel 1000, all of our shows and programs. Our movie channel is rolling right now. Music channel is rolling right now. Fitness channel is rolling right now. We have our sports channel that's rolling right now. All of our channels are up and popping. The Gospel Life channel. And speaking of Gospel Life, all of you who are out there who are ministers, Pastor Jeff and all of you, you need to be on the Pick TV Network Gospel Life channel because I'm a man of God first, and I will never leave God out. So I want you to come on our Gospel Life channel. I know my man Joe Hill is watching. I love you, man. We got some big things we're going to be doing. And also, Joe, just everybody. I got so much going on. I got so many people. You know, I gotta run.
No worries. But thank you for being here. And you could have called me and let me know, and that way you didn't have to pop in.
It's all no. I had to come on. I'm on my way to another big event. Pray for me. Thank you.
Okay, definitely. Oh my goodness. Thank you to Dr. Evans in the house. And our next speaker is here. Professor Chris Amophadon from the UK. I told you guys it's definitely going to be one for the books. So if you guys are interested in a show, getting a show, having your own show, having a spotlight interview, you definitely want to reach out to David Evans of Pick TV Network with the phone number that you see on the screen right now, 202-505-2837. A lot of great things are happening for him. He will be on the Jennifer Hudson show this Saturday with Terrence Howard, an actor, as well. And there you go. Pick TV Network on Roku channel 1000. That is where you can actually find the Pick TV Network on Roku channel 1000. So with that said, wow, every single speaker has been absolutely phenomenal. Day one was one for the books. And now guess what? Day two is also another day in the books for the Royal Influencers Organization Business Incubator. And we now have our next speaker coming up is Professor Chris Amafadan. This gentleman is an absolute phenomenon, all within himself, has accomplished so many things. He's in thousands of periodicals. He has written, I don't know, hundreds of books. He was using AI before we even heard of AI here, there in the UK as well. So I'm going to bring him up and ask him a few questions right before he starts speaking. But for the next 20 minutes, we are definitely getting ready to hear from him as well. And without further ado, I'm going to bring Chris Amafadan up. Hello, Chris Amafadan. How are you?
How are you? Thank you for all the great work you do.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the kind words.
Yeah, I'm so fired up. I haven't heard that all our brother just shared now. Real nuggets and insights.
Yes, real absolutely.
Nuggets. So if you are in business or knows of anybody in business or works for anybody in business, you should get in touch with him.
Absolutely.
What television, appearing on television in the UK did for us.
Oh,
I can tell you that for free.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. So tell everybody a little bit about who you are and what it is that you do.
I teach, I train, and I mentor anyone from the inner city. That's what we started with.
Awesome.
To be able to realize their entrepreneurial potential.
Oh, wow. That was beautiful. Anyone from the inner city to be able to realize their full entrepreneurial potential.
That's right. If you can do it for an inner city mentor. We started from the lowest. He said he came to seek and to save that which is lost.
Awesome.
If you can do it for an inner city kid, of course, you can do it for anybody.
Amazing. Absolutely. I'm going to get out of the way and let you do what you do. You have 20 minutes, so I'm going to come right back up at the end, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for those of you that are joining us. I need to welcome you to an opportunity to be able to share once and for all one truth, one simple truth, that you that is listening to me right now already have deposits in you when you were created to hit the 6-figure marks, be it in business or in another person's business, because all of us are directly involved in what? Delivering services and assisting with products. So if you're on this call and you right now are employed by somebody else, I want you to just type E2 in the chat box. If you are employed by somebody else, that means you receive payments at the end of month or the end of each week or at the end of a fortnight. Please type E2 right now in the chat box. I want to know who is in the house. Then number 2, if you employ people, that means you have a little business or you have a medium-sized business or you have a giant business and you employ people because you have your LLC or because you have an organization or because you have a charity, please, I need you to write now LLC. LLC, if you already own or run a business, either for profit or non-for-profit. Because today, everything that you knew or you thought you knew is going to change. It's very simple. Everything you know has already changed. Because we are now living in a brand new age that nobody introduced to us. I'm holding on to something here called a device. It is a determinant. What did I say? Please, if you're on this call, this is going to be interactive. We are going to learn and we're going to work. This thing that you have in your hand right now, all of you on this call have this thing called cell phone. They told you it was a cell phone. The person selling it told you it was a cell phone. I want to tell you that it's the biggest tool ever given to mankind or humankind. This thing. If you're an employee, it will determine the amount of money you earn every month or every week, depending on your the frequency of payment. If you're an employer, it will determine your bottom line. Why am I saying that? Listen to this. You heard in my introduction that we've been using AI. And I'm ready to share with you. If you're on this call, I don't even need to share with you. You can verify it. If you're on this call, please do me one simple favor. I need you to right now go onto your Google. I want you to go and select, just type in my name and type in Princess Diana. Type in my name and type in Princess Diana. I'll tell you why you need to do it. Because it will demonstrate to you live what this cell phone did in producing a Wall Street best-selling book. This cell phone. I did not use my laptop. I did not use my tablet. I used one simple app on this cell phone, and it generated for me ideas that I have been incubating. And all of you on this call have been successful at least in one thing in life. Today, you were able to log into this. So you can teach, you can train, you can mentor any person to do what you've already done. So if you're on this call and you think you're an employee and you will stay as an employee, I want to bust that myth now. You are also what? You are also an employer. Everybody on this call, please, I need to let you know this. Anyone that can eat can also learn to cook. My grandmother told me. So boy, don't you say, oh, because I'm male, or because I'm female, or because I'm tall, or because I'm short, I can't do this. No. Anybody that can be employed can also employ others. Please write that down. That is a fundamental truth that most people have ignored because you listen to somebody that knew this much about your ability, this much about your creator, this much about how far you can stretch. Because using this device today, you and I will go straight into business. Saying what you do and who you do it for, and we'll put it in a page that has already traffic appearing there, like LinkedIn. In a page that already have traffic appearing there, like Twitter or X as it's called now. You will be able to put there in a page that has traffic already there, like Facebook. So you don't need to do business the way my grandfather did business, or the way my grandparents did business, or the way your grandparents did business. Today, every human being, whether you did great A's at schools, or they say you were a nobody at school, or nobody's lay hands on you. No. The dispensation that we all moved into, when you were able to take a device as small as this and communicate with another person in a different state, or a different city, or a different country, that minute you were able to do that, you can also communicate a description of your goods, communicate a description of your services, communicate what you can do for that person. And here is the interesting thing. Payment is even easier. So for somebody to pay for your services or your product is now even easier. Why? Because the human race went through a rejigging when this thing called COVID hit. All of us had to depend on devices. All of us. Those of us that hated computers had to go on Zoom. Those of us that love computers had to go on Zoom. Those of you that can buy had to go on Zoom. So we became Zoom beings, no longer human beings. And using the same technology, the same principle, today, you, wherever you are, is irrelevant. Whether you are in the outback of Australia or whether you are in the distant hamlet of Africa, it doesn't matter. Geography became irrelevant in economics. You know, they told us before that this is New York, this is the East Coast, this is California, this is the West Coast, and this is the North, and this is the South. All of that was okay as a vital piece of information until there was something called lockdown. All of that was okay until we had the technology and the device to be able to operate from New York without being in New York. Talk to folks in California without relocating to California. I sell my books. Yes, you heard that right. I sell my courses, what I use in empowering people that are misinformed or people that are uninformed. Where? Online. You do not even need to have a degree or a diploma in anything technical. You don't at all. All you need to do is to count that you have 5 fingers and you can press these buttons. Look at the buttons I'm pressing here. All you need to do is just press these buttons and then, hooray, you're there. Just press this button and then press this button. Sorry, I wasn't showing you my. Open the app. Yes. And tell the world what you did yesterday or did last month or did last year or did 2 years ago. And anyone that wants that assistance now in Tokyo will be able to see it if you put in the corresponding hashtag. We'll work out what hashtag you're going to use, and then you will be able to address a global audience without paying money to CNN or Fox. In my grandfather's days, you had to be mega rich to be seen by other people in the comfort of their house. And then you had to pay for production. And then you had to pay for scripting. In my father's days, you had to be moderately rich. But guess what? In our days, the playing field has been leveled. I'll show you how I got a 17-year-old, 17, teenager, to be able to deploy, and this is not hidden, this is public knowledge, by the way, to deploy these so-called tech tools. I call it so-called tech tools because they are no longer technical. They are now just like consumer electronics. You don't need to go to university to learn how to operate your TV. So you don't need a formal qualification or big training to be able to say, for instance, that you are a hairdresser. You don't need that. You don't need all of that. You just do some hairdressing in a video of less than 3 minutes. This is the secret. The shorter, the sweeter. Write that down. The shorter, the sweeter. You just want to make your message available to everybody in the language of who? Your customer. You talk with your current customer or your current clients, and they say what you have done for them. Honestly. And then other customers and potential customers will come knocking on your door and send you an email. I wish I could share. I would love to share with you, really, what email I got from somebody I've never met in my life. I never knew the person even existed. And the person wrote me asking me, literally, and begging me, because I ignored it first time and the second time, to assist and in return for payment. Unknown individuals. And the person even wrote how he found my name and how he found out what I was doing. Gave the game away. So if you're on this call right now, you did not make $14,000. 14,000 bucks in the first 3 months of this year. I want to humbly submit to you that you have literally sinned. Just by having a post about somebody that you helped. Just a post. Hello, folks. I'm not asking you to invent a new oxygen. A post about what you did that made somebody happier, that put a smile on somebody else's face. You just share what has happened. And every human being on planet Earth that speaks English will be able to see your post if you did it in English. But the interesting thing is you don't even need to be French. You don't need to be Spanish. There is an auto translator, an interpreter that can cascade what you said you did for Mrs. X or Mr. Y last year or last month. And people that are Spanish speaking, they don't understand your language if you're English speaking. Native Spanish people will come knocking on your door, send you an email, or send you a note, or send you what LinkedIn mail, or DM you today. I'm not speculating. I'm saying today, it will happen today. We've seen our videos gone viral. I'll see whether I can pull one or two up. I'll pull up one or two videos, and then you will see why it is so important that all of us on this call stop wasting time. All of us on this call stop looking for excuses and say, I want a super duper computer. You don't need a super duper computer. All you need is this simple cell phone to say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm doing this tomorrow. Oh, hello, I did this yesterday. And every single thing that you were ever told about publicity and promotion will collapse. All the theories will collapse. And it's about time they collapse because we're now living in a totally new era. It's about time we rethink and we reorientate that for this generation and this dispensation, something new is happening. And we cannot carry the burden of previous years and say, oh, yeah, it's gone. The tools that gave you the opportunity last years are no longer adequate to create new opportunities this year. Because we are now living in such a dynamic age that holding on to the tools of yesteryears is equal to what? You got it right. Is equal to failure. I just want to share with you my LinkedIn page for a start. And LinkedIn is not the only tool. And you see here, I have a logo saying that I'm hiring. Because I'm looking for who to give opportunity to work for me right now, not tomorrow. I'm hiring now. So I'm just going to share my LinkedIn page so that everybody on this call is able to experience this. Let me just pull this up. Yes, here we go.
Okay.
Share.
What a phenomenal segment. Thank you so much, Professor Amafadon, all the way from the UK. Okay, so I'll bring that up. Hold on. I'm going to bring it up for you. There we go. It's up there.
Okay.
It's on the screen. Go right ahead.
Yes. Okay. Now, when you look at this LinkedIn page, I put a post here innocently about the visit of the president of South Africa to the UK. And look at this. Just look at it here. This is the only thing I put up. Do you know how many South Africans contacted me just because I put a post of what I did in the UK? Do you know how many Kenyans contacted me? Do you know how many African Americans in New York contacted me because they've been wanting to do something in South Africa? But when I put it here, I didn't have that in mind at all. I was just enlightening my followers about my diary, what I did, and sharing with them what has happened to me recently. You can do a screen capture of this because this is not a peculiar thing to me. My students that I mentor, I will show you, when you follow me, I'll be able to show you, have also done something similar on a lower scale, and they replicated the results. So it's not the scale, it's the fact that you shared a piece of information about who you serve and how you serve them. And that will make every other parent want to come to you and hear you. Every other professional want to come to you and hear you. The person whose pain you already solved. Remember, I'm not asking you to do something new. I'm just asking you, there's an app on your phone. There's an app on your phone that you have forgotten to use. If you use it, new clients will come to you. If you post on it, let me tell you, don't get it complicated. 4 or 5 sentences, 1 or 2 pictures, that's all you need. You don't need to go viral. You just need to get 2 or 3 people whose pain you are solving today, and they come knock on your door. And they will not ask for how many PhDs you have or whether you have an MBA. They'll just say, do you know what you did yesterday or what you did last month or what you did last year? I just want the same.
Amazing.
And growth takes off because then they share it on their platform. They share it everywhere. And your story, if I tell you how many stories gone viral, if you ask me now on my, I will share with you how many of my stories went viral last month.
Wow.
And when a story goes viral with your picture on it, it's like somebody distributing your business card. Exactly. It's like somebody giving a leaflet. People are electronically being your foot soldiers.
Yeah, foot soldiers, electronic foot soldiers. I love that. I love that, Professor. Yes. Wow, that was a masterclass on. I just got all kinds of ideas from your share. That was a masterclass of how I love all of the points that you made. As a matter of fact, stop wasting time was one of them for everybody in that. Everybody, we're streaming right now, by the way. Speaking of electronic devices, you're in the UK, I'm in Georgia, and here we are together streaming.
That's right.
And you're speaking and sharing value about what you do, and I'm having you on my platform, and that is the power. That is essentially the power of social media and all of these devices. All of these devices that we hold in our hands. I just took a picture of you and what you shared when you said screen grab it. I took a screen grab of it and I'm going to post it on my story. So I'm going to be one of your foot soldiers today.
Thank you.
And
thank
post,
you.
And post what you shared.
Thank you. I salute you.
Your foot soldier. I'm all of my speakers' foot soldiers because I put you guys on a beautiful flyer and said your name and your title. And I posted it on every single social media feed that I have. So that is essentially exact. And that's telling everybody else what you do. And you know what happens? Do you know what happens every time I do that? I had speakers.
They contact me. No, they contact me every time. They contact me and did a screenshot and said, look, you're doing royal business. I heard you're going to say this. Please, can you help me with this? Already, before the program, they come knocking on the door. Seriously.
I know,
Seriously.
exactly. So there was a speaker who, there are several people who come into my back channel and they have been seeing these flyers every single month because I had these every single month. They see the flyers and there's people very highly sought out entrepreneurs, highly successful entrepreneurs, they call me and say, hey, I need speakers. Can you give me speakers?
Now you're starting a speaking bureau.
The power of showing up.
You started a speakers bureau, sister.
I know.
You have a speakers bureau now. Anybody needs speakers, come to Miss Rogers of Georgia.
That is my goal. But the beauty of it is, look at how God works. The beauty of it is, my goal that I actually wrote down, and if you go to my website, royalinfluencersorganization.com, you will see a little AI avatar. Inside of that AI avatar that I posted over a year ago in 2023, it says that I am planning to create a speakers bureau. And that was before I did one event. I said it, and it's happening.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of it. Wow. Another gentleman that spoke with us on yesterday, he actually saw all of the posts, all of the flyers, and he is already a highly successful entrepreneur, James Dentley, who spoke yesterday. And he is already a highly successful, years in the making, highly successful entrepreneur. But he saw all of my posts and he said, hey, we need to get on a call. I think that we are aligned. I think that we are doing the same thing. And he spoke, for the first time just yesterday. And then yesterday he said, I want to be involved in whatever you're doing. Just that simple, from just posting who I am, what I do, and posting who I'm connected to and who I'm bringing into my business. Other people are watching and seeing, and they are now coming on board. And that's exactly what I'm creating as a speakers. That was my goal, is to create a speakers bureau so that corporations, big companies will now come and say, hey, I need a speaker to speak to my team. I need a speaker to speak to my executive level staff or whatever. We need a team to come and motivate. We need someone to come and motivate and inspire my staff. So that is exactly what I am creating. So thank you.
It's a pleasure and it's a delight. It's an honor to work with you to change lives.
Absolutely.
And realign destinies.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to, the last time we spoke, I shared a BBC interview, remember?
Yes.
Do you know how many people have contacted me? They want me to hook them up with producer. They want me to media train them. That's not my business. They want me to media train them and help them get free publicity from BBC and AP. I said,
my goodness.
I said, but I'm not a journalism major. Say, no, we don't care who you are. Just do for us.
Right. Yeah, there was someone watching as well yesterday, and they put in the chat, I want Ramona to be on ABC, and left their email inside of the chat on yesterday.
Wow.
While they were watching the event. So it happens. And I'm saying all of this, not to boast or brag. I'm saying all of this in alignment with everything you just shared, to tell everybody else to stop wasting time. Absolutely. And to not just post other people's things, but post you and what you are doing and how you are already shaping the lives and changing lives for others. So
raw and be raw. Can you see? Some people want the best video. They want to iron it out. They want to edit it. No, just post it raw. It's real.
That's raw. Post it raw. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Chris Amafadan. Always bringing the energy, always bringing the value. Thank you, and thank you. I will never forget you hanging out in the rooms where I was moderating in John Lee's room, and you always came into my back channel when there was a back channel, and you said, young lady, I am so proud of you. You are giving us a masterclass on moderating right now and things of that nature. Absolutely. And I'm like, who is this? And then when I went and found you on social media, I went, oh my God. So he works with the royal family as well, whether you know it or not. And he definitely invited me there. He said, whenever you're in London, I'm taking you straight to the palace. And I want you to meet everybody.
The invitation is still on the table. When next you come, we are going straight to Kensington Palace, where Princess Diana used to live, where Prince William and Prince Harry, where the current king used to live. We're going there, and then we'll spend time as well at Buckingham Palace gift shop. We need you. We need you to come to London and revive us with your energy.
But you guys are hearing it live right now in the Royal Influence. I'm headed to Buckingham Palace.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We need you.
Oh, thank you so much. A pleasure. Absolute pleasure. So thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. I know it's pretty late there too. So thank you so much for saying yes and accepting the invite. to bring you back because you've been here before. So thank you so much, Professor Chris Amalfidon in the house, everybody. Thank you. Oh my God. He is a ball of energy. Did everybody feel that? Wow. There were so many nuggets I got from that though. He actually said, stop wasting time. And everybody has a device in their hand that will make you, even if you're an employee, he said, put E2 if you're an employee. And then he said, if you're an employee, you can also be an employer. That was motivation, should have been motivation and inspiration for everybody in the house. So with that said, we have another great speaker coming up shortly who has worked for some very high-ranking officials as well for years as well. Linda Rigby is in the house, everybody, also known as Bella. So I'm going to bring her up as well. She also has a nonprofit called House of Bella, I believe. Sorry about that. You know what? Myself and Christina are pushing the button at the same time, which is why that's happening. So thank you so much. Bella in the house. Hello, love. How are you? Oh my God.
Do I really get to talk? Can you hear me very clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Loud and clear. Yes, absolutely.
When I say Ramona, I'm trying to contain my energy because you know that other place. Can I say Clubhouse? You know how I roll. But Ramona, before I start, same thing. Got to get my niceties out. I want to thank you for this opportunity. And before I get started, Ramona knows how I am. I'm going to piggyback behind Professor. You all don't know what you don't know. This woman to my left or right, depending on what device you're on, is amazing. And I'm going to break it down very slowly and probably spend half of my time talking about Ramona because that's who I am. This woman does not have to speak for herself because just like Professor, I too met Ramona in John Lee's room. And let me tell you something. Ramona had me at hello. I told her this, but I'm going to tell her. She is the most professional, always herself, never fronting, will correct you in the most dignified manner. And I never said this to you, Ramona, but Ramona, you remind me so much of my mother. Let me tell you a little story. Much of our mother in that integrity. When I think of integrity, and you know I'm not making up, and she's not paying me, y'all. She's really, I'm an entrepreneur. She is not paying me to say this, but when I think of your integrity, I think about you, Ramona. I just had to say that. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to be in your space.
Quite welcome. Quite welcome. Absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. And your buddy has said, hello, Bella. Pastor Jeff is still here and in the house and just said, hello, Bella. So there's right there. There you go.
Ramona, I have a new name. I say Dr. PJ because you and I both know when you get those credentials.
Yes, I
right?
know. Absolutely.
He's got to say it. So thank you, Dr. PJ, for
absolutely. He is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your yes. And it is an absolute honor and privilege and pleasure for you to take time out of your busy day. You've been here yesterday all day, pretty much. I saw you in the chat. And then you're right back here today speaking. So thank you, and thank you. And you are a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of information. You don't always open up as quickly and easily to share it, but you have worked in government, city government for years, decades, and you have a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of experience that is waiting to be unleashed. It is overdue. You're like walking around 9 months pregnant with all of this value and all of this information, and it's time. It is time for you to push. It is time for you to actually push that baby out, incubate it, and just put it out there in the world. And I know that you have some really personal goals that you've talked to me about lately. That your goal, like you just heard, my big goal originally is from when I first launched this platform, Royal Influencers Organization, was to create a speakers bureau. So because it's so hard and to get into the other speakers bureaus. Many of you guys don't even know that they exist. A lot of them don't exist. You don't know that they exist, rather. And it's hard. They make you jump through hoops to get into them, right? But I wanted to curate an ecosystem. This is what Royal Influencers Organization is. It is an ecosystem to identify leaders and speakers. And that is for speaking, live speaking engagements and events, and to create a speakers bureau. And that is exactly what is in the works. And in the process, I'm in the process of creating. And if you go to my Royal Influencers, sorry, my hair sticking to my lipstick. If you go to my Royal Influencers Organization.com, you will see an avatar, an AI avatar that was created when that new website, when I relaunched and rebranded and the new website was created. That was created back in February or March of 2023, before I had even one of these events.
Wow.
And it has now been over 100, probably in 30 speakers now that has come through, all collectively, all of them combined. I used to do them much longer and larger. I mean, poor Christina. I probably needed four more people. And when I went to hire more people, she said, no, I got it. I can do it. And I'm like, are you sure? But it was literally almost 8 hours we were here on some days, speaker after speaker after speaker. And then other speakers would see the flyers, and then they would either watch it live or things of that nature. And then they said, I want to be a speaker. I have a list of 50 speakers now, over 50 speakers now.
Wow.
Every time an event happens, we actually add more people to that list. But every single one of you that are here are hand selected. I've been watching you guys. I've been listening forever. And I've been speaking since I was 12, started in church anyway. And then a Toastmaster certified speaker, just as Pastor Jeff and a lot of other people that you guys have had the opportunity and privilege to listen to, like Merlin Clark yesterday is a Toastmaster certified speaker. That was a requirement. Happy Life Movement might be here right now, or she might be dealing with a customer, but she was a regional manager, and it was a requirement for us to all go through Toastmasters. And that was years ago when I was a regional manager, and she was my regional director. So she's sitting out here in the chat with you guys. So with that said, so that's where we are now. Tell everybody who this isn't about me, by the way. I know you made it a little bit about me in the beginning anyway, but let me know, tell everybody who you are right now.
Sure.
Who is
Ramona?
And
Thank you. Well, first of all, as I said, I wanted to thank you guys for, well, not guys, take that out, Queen. Thank you. And may I do a shout out to Christina as well, because I know she's absolutely, and I met her as well on Clubhouse. But I remember the time, Ramona, when the two of you connected and you shared, and oh my goodness, you had me at hello. Anybody does anything for the community, the law of reciprocity, you know me, Ramona.
Yes.
In my camp. So thank you.
Just like that. She is sharing, and she throws out something like the law of reciprocity, something that so many people are oblivious to. There's another set of universal laws that Bella is probably very well versed. She could probably teach a course on it. So that there you go. The law of reciprocity. That's already a takeaway right there at the very beginning of her speech. So I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do best.
Thank you,
You're
Queen.
welcome. All right. Awesome. Go right ahead, Bella.
Thank you. So I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Linda Rigby, but I prefer to be called Bella. And I hope I'm talking to entrepreneurs, business owners, housewives, moms, dads, because believe it or not, we are all business owners. It's just who's minding the store and what store are you minding? My name is Linda Rigby, as I said before, but Bella is my business name. But Bella, as people love to put that 2 L's, Ramona, they love to put the double L's. And it's okay, because I know it is a pronoun as well as a given name to some people. But for me, Bella are acronyms. If you look on my tagline, I'll start with the B. The B stands for Beatrice, which was my grandmother. The E stands for Ernestine, Ramona, which was my mother. They both transitioned. And the L, if you can figure it out, I want to make sure everybody's alert this afternoon, stands for myself, Linda. And the A that ends the word Bella stands for my daughter, my one and only, my best friend who I birthed. Her name is Ashley. So if you put all that together, BELA, it represents the 4 generations matriculated on my mom's side, on my maternal side. And let me tell you something, it was inspired by God. Yes, it was. Ramona, technically, my business has been registered for 11 years, but God gave that to me when my mother transitioned in 1998 from breast cancer. So Bella Biz LLC is a viable small business. It has been certified many times in the state of Georgia. And what I want to talk about a little bit is just basic one-on-one for small business owners. And my first right into the gate is I'm going to share 5 critical steps I feel is important when you start a business. I've been in business, if you're listening to me, for 11 years. It's been registered at the Secretary of State of Georgia. And so for anyone who's listening, Ramona and I both live in the state of Georgia. And I know I'm talking to perhaps people across the pond or just people within the United States. So step number one, I encourage everyone, no matter what business you have, to do a search on it. And what do I mean? Whatever state you're in, go to the state's website. Secretary of State of Georgia is what I first did 12 years ago to make sure that my name, Bella Biz, wasn't used. That's step one. Then with that process, I registered for a nominal fee, a very small fee, which I reinstate every year or every 2 years for the state of Georgia. Very important. Now I'm going to stop the show because I know a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of them don't do that. And I'm just giving what I feel recommendations where it'll cost you pennies on the dollar. Because as Ramona says, I work in government. I've worked on every level, the 3 branches, from the local to the state and to the federal. But currently, I can say, Ramona, I'm on my 5th mayor, and I work for the city of Atlanta, current city mayor, Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens, who is the current 61st mayor of the city of Atlanta. Excuse me. And with that, I'm going somewhere with this story, so please lean in. I said, step one, register your business. Go on your state's website and do some searches to see, just to get you in the habit. Because believe it or not, entrepreneurs, my beautiful family, your name might be taken. Step two, I would encourage you to join, and this is free, the Chamber of Commerce. Ooh, it can be your best friend. And by the way, entrepreneurs, these are just friendly encouragement and advice. But I will encourage you to take me up on it because it's going to yield you a lot on your ROI. Back to the Chamber of Commerce. I highly recommend it. It's a free service, and what it is, a lot of entrepreneurs, as Ramona knows, hang out there. And the way I understand it, most states, Chamber of Commerce are typically, like for the state of Georgia, where Ramona and I reside, they go by county, right? They're district-wide. But please, Google, which is your best friend, or use your AI and figure out where's your local Chamber of Commerce. Because I have found so many leads, and I have met my tribe. I have met people with like-mindedness. You can have events there. There's so many different things you can do at the Chamber of Commerce. That was number 2. Number 3, I would advise each and every one of you, because I'm in government and because I've been working with mayors, there's a lot of good stuff at the city of Atlanta, what we call City Hall. And I know, just like the other states, there's a lot of good stuff at your City Hall. Visit your City Hall. What do I mean? Where your mayor sits. Because there's a lot of nuggets, there are a lot of programs. I'm proof positive. Please believe me, I'm proof positive. There's a lot of things in there that you have no idea. So get to know your city mayor. Get to know what I call the body that governs them, and it's a whole fleet of commissioners, right? There's a lot of nuggets within visiting your city hall. That was number 3. Number 4, which I think is the most important, which I yield so much fruit, get to know SBA. And for those who don't know what SBA stands for, it stands for Small Business Association. Ooh, let me tell you this. This is another complimentary service because they are here for you, entrepreneurs. They're not going to come out and find you. You have to find them. The Small Business Association is a certified organization, and they are there, and they spend federal dollars to do what? Support you. So you need to utilize them. I'm going to go slow and stop right here because this is number 4, and I'm going to pump my brakes because there's a lot of nuggets in SBA. So there's the Small Business Association. Again, it doesn't cost you any money. I will recommend you go in person because during the pandemic, a lot of things were off the grid. You can call, but I have found to be more effective by going in person. If you call or go online, I find they have a tendency to kind of, give you the runaround, and we don't have time because what the professor said, stop wasting time, people, okay? Let me go back to number 4. I'm talking about the SBA, right? Within the SBA, which again is Small Business Association, tax dollars there for you to service you. They have a small, what I call mini suite of boutiques, Ramona. I like to say that. And that's called SCORE. Has everyone ever heard of the word SCORE? They're an entity within the SBA. And what I like about the SCORE entrepreneurs, business owners, is that they have a lot of things to fit your business needs online in their courses. The majority of the courses are free. God knows I've taken over 100. I've taken over 100 over the span of 7 years just by going online. But some of them are at a minimum cost, $5, $15. And I'm only speaking about what I know about in the state of Georgia. So those are 3 things that's very important. Find out where your SBA, your Small Business Association office is. Go down there, introduce yourself. There's many arrays of so many information. I mean, it's overload. And they're sitting there, trust me, waiting for you. And also join the SCORE, because SCORE is giving you the opportunity to do things online. Because entrepreneurs, whether you believe it or not, we are forever students. We will never know everything. And we will never, I like to say, grow and scale our business to the best of our ability. You have to always be, I like to say, on top of your game. On top of your game. Just like Professor says, there's no time like the present. And then I'm going to share something else. I'm going to pump the brakes on this one because I'm very well versed in this. This is why the mayors hired me, Ramona. Figure out what are the free complimentary incubator programs. I was hired initially, Ramona, when I first came on board, when I worked for the 59th mayor of the city of Atlanta, as you all know, Ramona, Mayor Kasim Reed, on his first term. And I'm going to tell you a quick story. When he was campaigning in the city of Atlanta, there's 2 counties. It's Fulton County and DeKalb. They're pretty large. I'm talking about millions of people. I'm not talking about hundreds of people. And as he was campaigning, it was a group of women that impressed him. And they said, you're not going to get my vote until you do something about entrepreneurship. So he hired me to what it was then an experimental program called the Women's Entrepreneurship Program. We refer to it as we. And let me tell you something, Ramona, as we are a legacy, leaving a legacy behind, that's one top of my game. Because I came in there, it was an idea he wrote on a napkin, myself and Thea Washington Smith. I always give everybody flowers. Shout out to you, Thea, wherever you are. We became an alliance. We became the real deal, Ramona, and we helped over 1,015 entrepreneurs in that incubator program. And I'm proud to say that incubator program had it going on. So why did I bring that up? Because they are not a nuggets. And for us, I'm being specific to Georgia. That incubator program that was 15 months for women entrepreneurs cost them $0. I'm going to say that again. It cost them nothing. Nothing but their time, sweat equity. And I'm telling you, they graduated, and to name a few, 2 of them became so successful, I can't even get a phone call back from them. And I'm going to say shout out to Terry Brown. She came in with an idea of selling to African American community, something I would like to say Sesame Street. She created some figures, if you will, puppets like we used to use back in the day, as interactive to help children learn. And let me tell you something, with the help of the We Entrepreneurship Incubator Program, with her being on top of her game in the program, with me giving her all that she needs, as on behalf of the city of Atlanta, she got a loan. That loan turned into an interest forbearance loan. She paid it back. She got another loan. And guess what? Her products into her 3rd year are in stores like Target, Walmart. And you have no idea what joy it brings me to work with entrepreneurs, to see them in the infancy stage, to go from, to grow and scale like she did. And I am telling you one more time, if I had a chauffeur, Pastor Jeff, If I had a horn, I would blow it out. There's a lot of free nuggets. I'm going to challenge each and every one of you. Incubator programs. There's something called Goldman Sachs. You ever heard of them? These programs are lit, and all of them don't have to necessarily have a fee. Now, Ramona and I live in Georgia on the outskirts of Atlanta, and I'm sure Ramona knows who I'm getting ready to shout out now. There's a gentleman, and I do know him well. His name is Jay Bailey. And you know what? What's incredible about it, Ramona, is this. He is head of an incubator program called the Rice Center. I'm not sure if you heard about it, Ramona, but it's hot. It's downtown, midtown Atlanta. It's down there across the street from the very famous restaurant. I'm trying to think of it, Ramona, the black-owned restaurant. It escapes me now. But why did I bring this up? I'm going to slow down because incubator programs, they're so rich. And don't dispel the myth. I'm here to tell you that's a myth. All of them don't cost. Now, I'm going to be honest. Some of them do. I'm talking about the ones that you need to research. Do your homework and research. And why am I sharing this? Because a lot of this information is housed at City Hall. Yep. The place where nobody visits. So I'm going to go over the 5 things again. And I'm talking about for any business, whether you're just starting as an entrepreneur, if you're growing your business, and even if you're scaling it off the charts. This is helpful information. Number 1, I would recommend take your business name and register that. It's only a few $100s for me a year, and it costs me nothing. That $100 means nothing to me. But I am sacred, and I'm safe because you know what? By registering my company, I get all kinds of leads, all kinds of information. So register, number 1, your business at the state of your state level, because guess what? It'll help you if you want to get certifications, right? Step 2, join your Chamber of Commerce. Create an environment there. Like-mindedness. Iron always sharpens irons. And the Chamber of Commerce is a great place to have events because we know life be life in entrepreneurs, and sometimes we don't have the money, right, to do an event. You can do it at the Chamber of Commerce. It's just like the library. Hello. Number 4, remember I told everyone? The incubator programs, very, 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 very important. Goldman Sachs is one, and you all can Google everything I'm saying. But I want to kind of close out with this. I want to sting you a little bit, and I want to challenge at the same time. Now, these are stats from 2020, and I'm a stats person because don't charge it to my head, charge it to my heart. I'm in politics. We have to get it right each and every time. We just can't spit out information osmosis. It has to be vetted and verified. So I'm going to read you some stats from 2020 from the U.S. Do you know there's 31 million entrepreneurs? I'm talking about across the United States of America. And these stats were taken in 2020. 31 million entrepreneurs. Now, according to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Program, they said 16%. Now, check this out with the numbers out of the 31. 16% are of the adult workforce. However, 55% of that large pile of adults have started a business at some point, meaning they've started the businesses before. And 26% out of that 31 million pie started it and successful with more than one business. What am I saying? As of 2020, there were 31 million entrepreneurs, according to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Program. And we use that a lot, the city of Atlanta. And what I'm saying is this. Listen to the stats. Only 16% are in adults because they categorize it adults and under adults. 55% of those have started a business at some point, meaning they've restarted, started, right? But only 26% of the 31 million have multiple businesses. And what I'm saying is, since the pandemic hit, the end of 2019 into 2020, there's an awful lot of entrepreneur, I like to say, going on. And that's a good thing because we're figuring out we don't have to necessarily work for corporate America or a business or an employer. We can be our own employers, right? Listen, I love stats because there's proof in the pudding. I'm going to leave you with this as well. 20% of new businesses fail, and 45% remain there in 5 years. And Ramona, if I'm going over my time, I can stop because I want to actually.
You're good. You're good. Go right ahead. Finish wrapping it up. This is good stuff. In fact, Lee Brown just said that in the chat. This is good stuff. Awesome stuff, Bella. So go right ahead.
No, I'm a walking like statistic, right? But Ramona, I really want to impress upon the audience that you gotta be about your business, my ladies. You really got, and I'm telling you, it seems weird. Your friends or colleagues may say, I don't need to do all that. Because what you do to register, please believe me, I didn't even have time to talk about certification, Ramona. It will help your business. I'm gonna land that plane because maybe Ramona will have me. What do y'all think?
Oh, that's a no-brainer. Are you kidding me? You have to come back and talk about certifications. Of course, absolutely. You need to come back and talk about certifications. That's one of the main pieces of the puzzle, right? This entrepreneurship thing. Absolutely. Love. I have a page of notes and a half.
But
I
Ramona,
wrote this down as well.
Can I stop you? Because you know we don't get to talk like we want to talk. Now, you familiar with the Chamber of Commerce? I'm going to put you on the spot, of course, and I'm going to put you on the spot about SBA and a SCORE. Now, tell them how important it is. I know you about that.
I'm a member of SCORE. That's how important it is. And guess what? I was just offered to become a SCORE counselor for business owners as well. And I just haven't had the opportunity to fill out the application because I've been so busy planning these events. But I was offered to actually be a counselor at SCORE as well. Doctor, she's an attorney from Clubhouse, good friend of mine. She works for SCORE now as a chairperson, I believe, in California. And she actually said, she said, I love what you're doing. And when you take what you're doing live, she said, I can probably help you get funding for your live events in Atlanta, New York, and LA.
Wow. So Ramona is edifying and agreeing with me. All right. I mean, it's a big deal.
I was agreeing from the first word. Absolutely.
And Ramona, I know I got to go. This is my house. I talk to so many and they won't do it. I'm like,
I love it. And I love your Incubator program that you guys had. Awesome. We need to start that one up again. We need to start it up.
Hello.
Overdue. Absolutely. But start your business, but you also want to make sure that you register. Start and register. Chamber of Commerce is a huge resource in every city, as well as City Hall. Make sure that you go and you get your resources and your tools, all of your free things that they offer there for you and your business. And then there was the SBA, which is its own entity. And then SCORE is another entity within the SBA. Small Business Administration is what SBA stands for. Google it all, and there's a wealth of knowledge, tools, resources, trainings, you name it. Still a lot free, but some for a cost. Love it. Drop the mic drop. And then certifications are coming. Bella's certifications are coming. So there you go. You need to put this all in an incubator and put it out there. So
I like to say this to the ladies. It's like gardening, and a lot of us don't garden anymore. Like, put it in your garden toolbox. Make sure you have everything right. Because don't you want to have beautiful flowers?
Absolutely. I'm gonna give you one more stat that changes almost every day. But this is another stat. The e-learning space, the digital e-learning space is growing to a 600 billion with a B. Wow. Billion with a B. It's projected to hit that, which it's going so fast. It's outgrowing itself. Every year, the stat goes up 10x probably. And that was projected last year at the end of 2022, early 2023. That was the number. I have not looked up the number. I'm interested to see what that number is now. But it went up because when they first started giving us that number, it was kind of in the 300 billion. Then it went into the low 400 billion. Now it went to mid 500 billion. The last number I saw was like $636 billion industry, meaning every single one of you, what you just shared, it needs to be inside of a digital asset, meaning a training for people that would pay money for that. and all of the other knowledge that you have in your head that you have collected called IP. And this is also for everybody. IP is your intellectual property. Your intellectual property belongs to you. Nobody else has that information because nobody else has worked amongst in that environment that you have worked in for years to collect it all, right? So you need, and many people don't even have the resources to go get it. They won't know where to start. And this is just a small space for some people, which is why we're wanting to take it out to live events as well. But that information is priceless, and that information everybody needs. Yes. So I definitely just want to highly encourage you to put that inside of a course or a training, put a dollar price on it, and sell it.
I couldn't agree with you more. And Ramona, I had so much fun. The time went by. I felt like I was on here for 5 minutes.
I know.
You had me back. I mean, I just want to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, and all the beautiful speakers around me. I'm in a good space, and I am never going away, Ramona. Never.
Forever grateful. Forever grateful. Tell everybody about House of Bella really quickly. 5 minutes, 2 minutes. House of Bella. Tell everybody what House of Bella is.
I love Rahab. So what I did, everybody, I went off because I have an event concierge business, right? And because I'm an advocate, and it's just in my heart, right? I've been pretty much working in the community, Ramona, since I was 7. We won't talk about the baby boom age, but my point is, in 2020, during the pandemic, I was inspired by God because I am a faith believer, and He helped me to start House of Bella Biz, which is 2 years strong, and that's the philanthropy arm, Ramona, because I have called a suite of boutique of suites within Bella Biz. I do events, event strategist, as well as you. I have my own YouTube channel. Awesome. Yes. Awesome. And guess what? I have to say real quick. Event strategist was given to me. You have to invite me back by Ambassador Andrew Young, who is my mentor. I'm proud to say. He gave me
another mayor. Yeah.
The other mayor, exactly. But I do high-level events. I do special events. But the second arm of Bella Biz, as you all know, like you, Ramona, I invite guests. I have a YouTube channel because I always want to open up and share my platform with others. But House of Bella Biz is for those who want to be philanthropy. I do a lot of philanthropy work, and we're building schools in Africa. That's all I can say for right now.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. How can they get a hold of you? I know you're on IG, Facebook.
Yes.
Are you on LinkedIn also?
Yes, but I'm going to just direct everybody. Instagram, if you look at that Bella Unplugged Instagram, I am real. I do reach out, and we'll go from there. But thank you, everybody.
Awesome. That was phenomenal. And thank you so much for sharing all of that wealth of knowledge that you just shared with us. And I'm going to bring up my next speaker. Another great friend, Shaba Shams, is in the house. We're going to give everybody their time. We are going to give every single one of you your time as well. And Shaba Shams is another great friend of mine. We met on Clubhouse as well. And she has a startup business that she just launched as well. We used to get on the call. She invited me to speak to a small community of her ladies that she was leading all over the globe. And she said, come on, I want you to talk to my ladies and teach them how they can make money. They were in awe of how they can make money from a cell phone and things of that nature. And we would just get on a call and have masterminds about Amazon influencers and all kinds of things. So she is now taking off with this Kittable app, and she's coming to share some knowledge as well. So Bella has been here all day yesterday, and then she was speaking today and has been here all day today as well. So I definitely just wanted you to meet.
Ramona, there is one thing that you don't know about me. Bella was talking about
There's something I don't know about all of you. Share it. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I used to be a SCORE mentor, and I
my goodness, look at that.
Yeah, I'm part of that whole network and community, and I had to give that up because of all these demands with
I love it.
My startup. So yeah, but
thank you.
So is that not alignment? That's just alignment. That's alignment. Everybody that has come to the platform, they're just aligned.
Yeah,
so I absolutely love it. So thank you so much for waiting patiently to speak, and thank you so much, Bella, for a powerful segment you did. I'm gonna take you back down. You can hang out either backstage or wherever you choose, but I know that you'll definitely hang out and listen in. So your time is starting right now. Shaba Shams is in the house, everybody. She is a brand startup. She debuted last month. And I definitely am going to give you your full 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank
to
you.
share all of your value with everybody.
Thank you, Ramona. It's
You're
such
quite welcome
to be here and connect with you. I'm trying again to figure out how to, because I changed computer since last time. So let me see here how I can.
Okay,
connect.
look for presentation.
Okay, present.
And you're going to upload it.
Present.
And when you upload, look for presentation. Do you see the presentation button?
I see present.
There you go. Present. My apologies.
Present, and then it says slides.
And select
screen. I want to share
screen and select your slides.
There you go. Perfect. All right.
And then I am now, or myself or Christina. Christina, if you're back there, which I know you are, you can pull that up on stage for us and take me back down, love. Thank you.
All right. That worked better than last time. So last time I did this presentation from a hotel room or lobby, should I say, and it was a little bit more challenging than this time. So hello, Ramona. Hello, citizens of the world. Shabbat Shem's here. Always so happy to come and talk about startup, and mine is a marketplace, but I'll be talking about it in a little bit. Sharing my own experience and journey, and those of you who are in the startup world, they know, and you guys know, that no 2 days are the same. And I am going to be talking today. So last time, those of you who joined us last time, we talked about the importance of building an MVP and what MVPs is about, and all that step-by-step actionable action, if you wish, to get you to build your MVP and soft launch your idea, or take your idea from a napkin and get it off the ground, and what other aspects are involved in here. Today, what I want to talk about is 2 challenges. And actually, I'm realizing that time-wise, I'm not going to be talking about task planning. Maybe I'll come back next time. But it is very important to plan your task and anything and everything you need to be aware of to run your startup. But I want to talk today about my first big challenge, which is funding. And I'm sure that when you talk to startups, most of us will tell you funding. How do you get my idea off the ground, and how can I fund it? And this is what I want to share with you, how we went about getting Kittable off the ground and funding it, at least in this pre-seed we are entering now, the seed phase, and what is it that we did. So why it's important to fund, because without funding you cannot build tech, you cannot manage or build your dream technology. So this is where we were pretty much with Kittable. The idea came about a few years ago when I struggled in finding healthy, local, ethnic food around me. And it was a challenge to know, for instance, if I'm going to a potluck, who made what, or if I'm looking for homemade food, where to find them. So this is a very simple concept of an idea, but that was a problem for me, and for so many other home cooks, if you wish, also called cottage food operators. But I'm actually trying to get away from that terminology, just because a lot of people, they don't know what it is. But when you talk about home chefs and home cooking and homemade dishes, that is something that everybody is kind of understanding, and they grasp the idea. So is this problem of mine just typical to Shaba? No, it's not. It is a problem that I see with all the home cooks there. They don't have a brick and mortar. They don't have an address where people come to them. They don't have a sense of, how do I build my product, sell it, package it, etc. So there are so many different moving pieces here. And I explored the idea of local home cooking. And then I even started my own home-based food business, just to see what are all the elements involved in the process, and what is it that I need to be aware of, even before I started Kittable. So we are now available on Google Play and Android, so you can download it and start exploring it and playing with it. Although we're just getting started, so we have a couple of chefs maybe in there, including myself. So I'm going to be posting few of my favorite recipes. If you want to order them just for fun, we can talk about that. But the reason I'm doing this is really just to learn how the whole thing works and what is it that I need to be aware of. So why am I doing this? I have a keen passion for taking people where they are and live the fullest potential possible. I did it as an educator, and I have been in academia 20 plus years. So teaching and learning and training is kind of in my blood. And then when I moved to entrepreneurship during COVID, I just saw an ocean of opportunities and possibilities, including connecting with the citizens of the world and changing the world for the better and solving problems. And that's what we do. We like to find problems and solve them. So Kitable came to me as a problem. There is a problem that I need to solve. And there is a gap in the market that streamlined this niche in particular from start to finish, and helping these home chefs. And I call them home chefs because they do not have a brick and mortar. Whether they are selling their baked goods out of a truck or out of a farmer's market or out of their certified kitchen or their home kitchen, because regulations are different from one state to another. The most important thing is these people do not have a brick and mortar. They do not have a Google search like, oh yeah, we are in this location, which is physical location. Come find us, dine and wine. That's not what we are looking for. We're looking for those people who either used to have a restaurant, went out of business, and it happened quite a bit, or they're cooking their or baking their favorite dishes, their recipes, grandma's chocolate chip cookie, whatever it is, and then they are selling it also on Kitable. The other thing that we added from the beginning of its inception is we created an event feature which allows people, chefs like me, who are passionate about food and who love to express love through food, to create events. What it means is that the holidays are around the corner. I am a single woman, for instance, or I am a single person. I do not want to necessarily eat Thanksgiving alone. So I am going to create an event for 10 people and invite through, of course, the request, invite people to dine and wine with me and celebrate the holidays. And it is just a great way to build community and reduce the sense of loneliness, especially during the holidays. So this is why we call Kitable connecting kitchen to table and building community one homemade dish at a time. So this is the entire mission behind it. So funding is the lifeblood of startup. It is important to have money to take your business off the ground and be able to realize that idea. But there are different aspects of funding that startups need to understand before jumping in the ocean without knowing how to swim, because it's really important. So it starts off with an idea on napkin. Yes, that is without question. It starts with the problem that we want to solve. But we also need to take that problem and position it in this market. What am I talking about? For instance, when I looked into Kitable, I had to explore the positioning of the cottage food operators or the homemade food industry within its ecosystem or other niches or areas of the same discipline, and tell myself, is it just Shaba who wants this business, or is it bigger than that? And I was really happy to see that it is a big market. Actually, I put here 71 billion, but since 2020, it has been really growing the demands of the home-based food businesses that I don't even have the recent data, because we were talking earlier about data, but the market size is much bigger. But position your idea within other similar things. For us, it was the ready meal market, the meal kit, the street vendors, so we can, the farmers market as well. So we could position the local homemade cooking industry within all these different components to have a sense of the market size that we are after. Why is it important? Why is it important? Because I haven't started looking for market fit yet. I'm just looking at the market size that will tell me that this is not an industry that is very small, but rather big, and I can go even bigger if I can branch out with the other aspects of this local food making and creating. So the pre-seed is the level one, where you start off with building your MVP. Where do you get the funding? And I'm going to break it down in a minute. And then the seed funding and series A, B, and C. So there are different levels of you funding your business. And I'm going to be sharing with you my own personal position and take, because I try to take off Kittable 3 different times with 3 different partnership, I would say. And like they say, the third time is a charm. I finally found the right investor for me to be able to make this idea happen. So let's look into the pre-seed, because this is where most of us hang out in a way. We have this idea, we want to make it happen. We do not know how to make it possible, to make that possible. And normally the founders become frozen, they hit this like stage where they are so panicked and afraid of the possibility of not finding any funding, that they freeze instead of being creative and trying to find different avenues to make the idea happen. So some of them, they go with the bootstrapping. If you have money, you got your inheritance, for instance, you won the lottery, good for you. Take the money and invest it into your idea, or just go hang out and do whatever you want to do. Friends and family, I have something to say here, and angel investors. The amount that you kind of bootstrap or start with the pre-seed is between $10,000 to $150,000. But I would highly recommend that you stay under $50,000 when you're just building MVP, and even less than that if at all possible, because you're going to enter the next level where you have to take your idea to test the market. So we passed this phase. For us, we found an angel investor who is funding Kittable. And I'm going to tell you something about, well, I wish I was bootstrapping, but that's not the case. Friends and family, personally, I would not do it, just because there are very high risks in bringing family and investors. So if you bring an angel investor, he understands the risks of a startup, and he knows if it's taking 3 months or 4 months or a year or 2, he understands that as long as there is progress, not profitability, okay, progress and growth at the beginning, or even a good feedback from usage and utilization, and the MVP is doing what it's supposed to do, they're good, they're happy with that. However, if you bring in family and friends, and I know there are some regulations about the percentage that you can, bring in investor later on. So a lot of startups, they go and bring in family and friends because it doesn't count against that amount. But I would highly recommend not doing it, because one, they don't understand. Some of the family and friends, sometimes they do not really have the money, so they are using their life saving, for instance, just because they believe in you and they want to help you. And the other thing is, if the startup fails, the angel investors understand the risk. The family and friends, they don't. I have a friend of mine actually who lives in this area here. His child, or son, should I say, started a startup, and he brought in money from family and friends, and the business didn't succeed. Now the father is very uncomfortable even meeting with all these friends and these family members who invested in his son's business. So be careful with that. I personally do not want or like or will ever mess up relationships with family and friends, because like I said, one, they do not understand what a startup is, and second, if things go south, it's really bad. Now, if they want to invest later on, I'm not saying don't. I believe that it would be nice to bring them along the way when the business have taken off. but it is so stressful to bring in people at the beginning who do not understand what a startup is, and they think that if they give you $10,000 today, they're going to make profit in a month or two. This is not realistic, and family and friends usually do not understand that. They come in for the ride because they love you, they want to support you. So keep the love and the support for maybe later on, when you know, even as a founder, what is it that you are doing. So the next one is, oops, I think I missed, I skipped a couple here. So the first one then in the pre-seed, what we are answering as far as the main question, is there a market need? So you need an investor who understands this question cost us money, right? That's all you're doing with your MVP. The second level is the C stage, where product market fit is there, and you have initial traction, you have even maybe growth, which might be people, downloading your app, subscribing, whatever it is that you're putting out there, registering to your online course platform that Ramona and I will and earlier was talking about. So there are these things that show interest and traction, and that's probably a good sign. But don't think that you're going to be profitable just that second. So you might need to go into the second round. This one might be $100,000 to $2 million. I know now we're starting to look at the millions. At this level, I think it's still a little bit premature as far as I'm concerned. Like, for instance, for us now, we got out of the pre-seed and we're entering the seed phase. And even at this point, I am not interested in finding investors, because anytime you bring in investors, you're giving out shares of your company. So you really have to be very conservative as far as that goes. And then if you have some money that you started off at the beginning, see how you can stretch it. And we're going to talk about how investors, they care about seeing how you're managing and allocating that investment and those funding. So some CEOs and founders, they burn through the investment like, oh my God, there is no tomorrow, which is really a big mistake. You need to manage that money as if it's your own and coming from your own pocket. Because yeah, it's cool to say, I got an investor and I got an investor, but every time you bring in an investor, it's less meat for you. So think about what is it that you want to have at the end of the day. So find product market fit, we've done that. Sources of funding in the seed, angel investors, you can find incubators. For instance, Y Combinator is really a good one. It has financed a lot of the different startups. I don't know the requirements yet or the catch yet, but I'll be talking about the list of major investors that we're putting together right now. And then, of course, venture capital firms that you can work with. At this level, achieving product market fit should be your focus. So now we have, I just created this table for you guys because we're not there when you start going into the Series A, the Series B, the Series C. So when you go to the point where you are seeking 2 to 15 million, 10 to 50 and beyond, your startup is no longer a startup. You are a company and you are at a different level. So if you're interested in any of this information, I'll be more than happy to share this with you. Just DM me on Instagram. And but this is not something that a lot of us are in. I actually put together a list of 100 major investors. So if you guys are interested in getting the list, just DM me on Shams Instagram, the word list, and I will send you what we have. We are, of course, expanding it, and we're adding so much information about the requirement and the terms and conditions, the fine print. And if they do have a application process, like it is the case for the Y Combinator, you need to really understand what's the catch. I always say that because I worked with previous incubators per se before, and the deal was not good for me or my company, and I ended up losing more than I gained. So these are like the tough questions you have to ask yourself. What's in it for my business? how it's going to serve my company, my startup, and my investors as well, because you are very obligated to those people who supported you from the beginning, not putting the company in the hands of some incubator and risking to lose a lot, especially the decision making aspect of the company, and you end up like you are working for somebody else and they might even vote you out someday. And we have seen these mistakes with all these different founders. So choose the right funding source: bootstrap and angel investor, VC, crowdfunding. All these, you really have to sit down and think about what is it that you want to achieve. Build a strong pitch deck. I have a beautiful formula. I would mind sharing it with you guys. DM me on Instagram, and I will send you the one that I use myself, just to have a sense of what it is. Build a forecast. So investors, they need to see certain things. They need to see conservatism when it comes to financial planning, budgeting, forecasting. What is your cash flow? What is your business model? Where the heck you are gonna make money from? And they want to see this projection like 3 years or 5 years, whatever you can do. My advice here: don't do it on your own. This is not something you want to monkey around with. It's too complicated. It's too complex. It's very technical. Bring a specialist who can build this forecast for you. And then they want to see, where are you going to use the money? Definitely not having a $25 million party in Las Vegas like our CEO from Uber did. So just be careful with the mistakes of others, and be aware of this money, how you're going to use it. And of course, the big chunk when you're talking about SaaS or tech is software development. That's where most of the money will go. And then, of course, you have to consider your team, you have to consider marketing, business development, and all that good stuff. But an investor want to see this. They want to see, if I give you $100,000, where is it going to go? And definitely do not say, your $100,000 is going to go, like half of it to my salary and half of it is a spa day for my team. So this is not where the money needs to go. The common mistakes is over evaluating your startup. Don't be like, oh my gosh, this what I created, no one else has. It's nothing. It's just a freaking idea on paper. Without the funding, it's not going anywhere. Stop being pretentious. Stop being arrogant. Humble yourself, and be logical about what you are selling. You know, if I'm selling this cup for $10,000, you're probably gonna hit me with a baseball bat, right? So be modest, be humble, and price your startup in a fair and square way. Definitely what is going on in Silicon Valley is not realistic, and it's not a model to follow, because they are suffocating the startup industry by overpricing everything. So you want to bring in people who believe in you, in the idea. Be realistic about the cost or the value of your startup, and meet people in the middle. And definitely do not be greedy. A lot of startups, they are greedy. I don't want to give 20%. I don't want to give 30%. Well, you have to think about it this way. Do you want a smaller piece of the pie, or a bigger pie, or do you want an entire pie?
Oh, that's good.
Even exist, right?
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather have a smaller size of a bigger pie,
right?
And the people who come with me along the ride, we have fun doing it, and we enjoy the entire pie together,
right.
as opposed to, oh my God, let me have the entire pie.
Exactly.
The pie will never be baked by myself.
There you go.
So these are the mistakes that I have seen within startups: being greedy and not willing to
exactly
shares even to the people who are going to make your dream come true. So
amazing.
Clear plan of using the funds, that's super important. You need to know what you don't know. And by the way, here is a good tip for you guys. If you don't know what a startup is made of, or the aspects you need to take into consideration, go to ChatGPT and ask her to help you.
I love that.
Map out with AI all the different aspects she will give you like cost of things, what you
Absolutely.
need to do, the different aspects of your business that you might not even think about.
Mhm.
And then don't focus too much of growth. I know people are like, I want to grow and I want to grow. You need to become profitable as soon as possible. And
Awesome.
that will need to be in your original business plan.
Mhm.
And if you're not ready for an investor, don't look for an investor. So Kittable is available on Apple Store and Google Play. We're in
Awesome. Everybody go download Kittable.
Kittable, download Kittable. If you're a chef, especially during the holidays, create some recipes, create some events, share them in your local community. And then we're going to have some cool stuff for people joining. They will get a gift. And then people who make a certain amount of sales, we're going to give them more gifts and even cash prizes.
Awesome. Gifts and cash prizes on Kittable. I love it.
So we're getting there,
Awesome.
slowly but certainly. Just this is a great way to make your idea on napkin come to life and make it happen, even
Awesome.
when it takes 3 trials. So this is it.
Wow, Shaba, that was loaded with value. That was so much information. And I know you did that the last time too. And I said, you have to come back. So guess what? You have to come back again. Because you have not even, well, we used to give everybody 30 minutes.
Yes.
And then we scaled it back to 20 because we had so many speakers and it was an all day. It was like 8 hours, 8 hours. So, and that was a very long time for just myself and Christina. It's a 2-woman show here, right? So we scaled it back a little bit to a few less speakers and then a little bit shorter of a segment. But as I'm noticing, to test it, you know how you do the acid test, right? And see how it works out. So I think that everybody needs 30 minutes again.
Awesome. That's good. So next time I'll be talking about the tools you need to manage remote teams, because my team is located in 4 different continents.
You shared that, and I love that.
Yeah, Europe, Africa, North Africa, and United States. And
awesome.
People in Canada as well.
So there you go. And Linda Rigsby is giving you love, saying awesome, very informative.
Back to you, Linda. Thank you so much. Well, thank you for having me, and make a debut about Kittable on your platform, which is amazing, because really I haven't even started marketing it yet. You know,
I noticed.
Yeah, so hopefully it'll come out like really soon. But when you're in the beta version, you want to talk about it, but it's like, okay, we're still figuring this out. You know what I mean? Okay, by the way, you can start up, but I was there. Don't think that you need to have all the answers. You won't. It's impossible.
Absolutely.
You will have to figure out things as you go and change, which is okay.
Awesome. Tell all of the ladies that you had me speak with, I send my love, and I'm asking about how they're doing when the next time that you talk to them. What country was that again?
Mostly here. They are here, but they are from Algeria.
Algeria, and you're from Algeria as well, correct? Awesome. So thank you so much. Shaba Shams is in the house. Are you still an Amazon influencer getting all of those?
I am.
They still send you loads and loads of things to test?
Yeah, and actually this is great because we
have enough stuff to put in 2 houses.
We're going to create content for Kittable, the best kitchen items. So now even with I'm narrowing down my
you're marrying the 2 together.
To kitchen and dining. So I love fashion, but I probably will focus just on kitchen and dining. Thank you, Ramona, so much.
You're quite welcome. Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for giving us a phenomenal presentation every time you show up. So thank you so much. That was Shaba Shams. And we have our last speaker of the day closing us out, who also made her first debut on the last event last month. And we have Tiffany Jones is in the house. Yes, Tiffany Jones is back. She said, Ramona, I'm not a one pony show. I don't have just my mountain story of climbing Mount Kilimanjaro and now helping build schools in Africa. Well, actually, that's the next goal, the next level of your goal. But you've been funding schools and teachers, students in Africa with school supplies through your Patchworks nonprofit. For how long? How long have you been doing this?
This is my 2nd year as a 501c3, and I just had my 3rd trip back to Africa.
Wow, 3rd trip.
Yeah.
And you've been delivering school supplies. You'll see all of the pictures on her feed on IG of her there physically delivering all of these supplies, school supplies to these schools and to these children, which I think is absolutely beautiful. But that's not what you're talking about today. So tell everybody who you are. You're a teacher, for one.
Yeah, I'm a
that's your first career. And tell everybody else what else you do outside of teaching.
Yeah, I'm the founder of a nonprofit, Patchworks, and we bring people and supplies over to support the teachers in Tanzania.
Okay.
It's amazing. It's a dream, and it, was definitely a bigger than me kind of situation. I loved the funding talk. That was so good. I'm like,
I know. I saw you sitting back there. I know. I said those two need to connect, right?
Yes.
There is also, I have a couple of resources for those of you with nonprofits as well, where you can actually post your nonprofit, and then people who will just scroll through and decide to donate to the nonprofit and things like that. It's some old resources that I've had for a while that I completely forgot that I had. So I'll pull those out.
Oh my gosh, Ramona. Yes.
And somebody else just shared yesterday. Who was it? One of the speakers, it might have been, was it James Bentley? Anyway, one of the speakers shared that yesterday that they also have a resource for nonprofits where you can just kind of post for your nonprofit and get people who would like to donate. But we have a whole list that we talked about inside of our Legacy Living ladies, where you can actually go and post your idea, even your business idea. Oh my God, Shaba. She left. She's not in the backstage. But if Shaba was still here, that list of 10, I think we put 10 on that list, right? Aurelia had to create that list for you guys.
Yes.
Have you tried it?
Yes, I have tried a couple of them. Yes.
Well, we saw real time where some people got $20,000. Some people had $200,000 that was donated by investors for your business idea. So there you go. Awesome.
Yeah, that's
I'm going to get out of your way.
Oh my gosh. No, you are never in my way, Ramona. Oh my goodness. I was like, please, I could talk. I love talking to you. It is.
Yes. Oh, thank you. So what you're going to talk to us about today is.
So I have 8 keys of excellence that I have been teaching to my students in my classroom for like over 25 years.
Okay.
And I thought, I want to bring this to the world, because these are all things that we are all doing and using. But now I'm going to wrap it up in a little bow, and you're going to all get to take these 8 keys home, something that you can just gauge our excellence by and success.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. And then Christina, by the way, towards the end of your talk is going to start putting all of the websites for all of the speakers and some free offers and things of that nature across the bottom of the screen. And then at the end of your speech, then she's going to do even more of that. So that's for everybody here. If you weren't here yesterday or missed half of the day or had to pop in and out because you have a business, like so many of you did, because you guys were sending me messages. I have to leave to go to an appointment and I have to do this and that. I'm like, you don't really have to tell me, but thank you. So yeah, there's a lot of free offers that were shared, and I'm going to make sure that. So if you see anything popping across the bottom of the screen, and then of course at the end, you make sure that we get the Patchworks website. So people who want to donate for those students to get more school supplies can do that as well.
Yes. Or if anybody ever wanted to come to Africa.
There you go. Oh, that's right. You did say that you were going to do a trip.
Yeah, I do trips every year. I bring people it's 10-day trips, 5 days of service, 5 days of safari.
That's a long trip.
It's a long trip. Well, it's a long travel. So you kind of want to be over there, but goes fast, and we make a big difference.
Awesome. Sounds good. I'm going to get out of your way and let you do what you do. There it is.
All right. Okay.
Patchworksinc.com. Donate to Tiffany's nonprofit so that you can help more students in Tanzania get school supplies. So that's it. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, definitely. That's great. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you. It's so good to be here again. And like I said, I've been teaching for over 25 years, and I have found this secret sauce. And I have students email me year after year, like, oh, Mrs. Jones, those keys that you taught us, I used them in college. I'm using them now. I have some kids that have just begun their own business, car detailing shop. And they said, using your keys, Mrs. Jones, was what helped me to really be successful. And I thought, I need to share it. I need to share this with the entrepreneurs, the business builders, because we do talk so much about mindset. And then we do talk about action. What the keys are a gauge that's basically, they had took Nike, they took Albert Einstein, they took Abraham Lincoln, they looked at all the most successful people that people look up to, that people want to be like. And they thought, what are the common traits that all these huge companies have? Or, oh my gosh, that's amazing, Linda. Yes, thank you. We do need to. Yeah, I'm in Moshi, so that's so amazing. Sorry, I got sidetracked by that comment because that's amazing, Linda. Yes. So they took all these huge companies and all these people that have been so successful, reached higher actualization, self-actualization, and they thought, what are the common traits? And so there are 8, and each one has a body peg. And what that means is that our bodies and our brains are connected. We all know that. But when we are remembering things, when we are thinking, right, we all use mnemonics or different tools. So brain pegs are body motions that help internalize the concept, to help bring it in, to really bring it home. And that's what I want to do today. So I'm going to tell you, first of all, the 8 keys to excellence are integrity. Failure leads to success. Speak with good purpose. This is it. Commitment. Ownership. Flexibility and balance. And those are the 8 keys that I really, really am excited to share with you, to tell you a little bit about, and to hopefully help you know that most of these things are things that you're already doing, but having these 8 keys as a guideline, a gauge, really help keep us on track, if you will. So the first one is integrity, and the body peg comes from one hand connecting with the other on top of our head. It is the first key. It is above our head. And the reason that is the body peg is because it's when your values, and your actions come together. And that is integrity. So long, people talk about integrity and they have all these big, long spiels about what integrity is. These are going to be simple, memorable things that you're going to be able to take and use every day of your life. So when your values and your actions come together, that's integrity. And so an example, I value honesty. I'm going to tell the truth. I value family. I'm going to spend time with my family. I value kindness. I'm going to be kind. I value all the things, faith, love, family, friendship, all of those values. But what happens in integrity is when those values come together with your actions. So that's it. Integrity is the first one. I love that one so much. I use it all the time just to remind myself, like, okay, here's my value. What's my action? The next one, failure leads to success. This is a bumblebee going around and around until it gets to its point right here on my nose. And oftentimes I will use this. I'm not even thinking about it, but it reminds me that failure leads to success. And we all know Michael Jordan didn't make his high school basketball team, right? We all know how many tries Albert Einstein took to make that light bulb. Maybe we don't. But anyway, but if you don't, we all know sticky notes. Sticky notes were actually an accident, right? 3M, because they wanted to make a hard glue. None of those people gave up. Failure leads to success. And if we can just remember that as we go along our curvy, windy, bumpy road journey that we're on of entrepreneurship, building businesses, it helps us get up again. It helps us keep trying. It helps us look to another way. It helps us keep that perspective that failure leads to success. It's just an opportunity to go a different way. Number 3, speak with good purpose. This is one of my all-time favorites because How powerful are words? One of the exercises that I do with my students is I say, tell me some bad words. Tell me some words that are hurt, right? Tell me some words that hurt. Whether it's you're ugly, or you're not good enough, or you don't have enough money. All those words hurt. And this is what happens to us, right? What happens when I then try to put these words together and I say nice things to people? I will say, you're awesome. You can do it. You're great. You're worthy. All those words I can say and put these pieces of paper together, but it's never the same as before those words got spoken. Words are like bullets. Once they come out, they can't go back in. Speak with good purpose is such a powerful, powerful key. If we all are thoughtful about the words that we choose, the semantics that we use, all of that is what gives us all power. And, it can go for everything, but speak with good purpose, because once those words are out, you can't take them back in. Think before you speak. Next one, this is it. The reason this is my hand under my head is because it is to remind me that wherever my feet are is where my head should be. This is it. None of us are promised tomorrow. We are all living one day at a time. Every day is a gift, right? One day in history, one day, future's a mystery. Today is a gift. That's why we call it the present. This is it. And I have used that time and time again when I'm wavering, when I'm wanting to wait, when I'm not sure, when I'm thinking I need to do something more and more and more. I think this is it. And if I can take that first step today, then I'm on my way. Then the journey is continued. Then I am living in the now, here and now. I love this for me. It helps me just stay grounded. It helps me really stay here in this moment. Wherever your feet are is where your head should be. And we all get distracted. We all have a million thoughts. We all have a million things going on. But the moment that you can regroup and settle in and really focus on where you are. We're here. We just had an amazing 2 days of phenomenal speakers. And when you came to these speakers, I hope that you listened to them while you were there, taking some notes, but being here. And if we can practice that, this is it. It will take us to the mountaintops. The next one, number 4, is commitment. And I like that. The kids all, I will tell you this. I'm up in front of the classroom, I'm doing this, and I'm like making a fool of myself. But it's really fun when you do it and you make these muscles, and some of the kids will get up and they'll be like, oh, Mrs. Jones, commitment. I'm like trying to find my camera here. Commitment. I'm like, really? Come on, Johnny. Like, is that commitment? Because this is not commitment. This is commitment, right? And there's a difference, What are you committed to? And when you make that commitment, stick to it. Stay strong, right? That is where the power is, when we make the commitment and stick with it and really go through and follow through, right? And that comes back to integrity, where our actions and values come together. So commitment is where we really commit. We make that real and strong. I love that. For me, it grounds me again. The next one is all of these are my favorites. So I could just say that for all of them. I'm just going to say that. It's okay. Commitment. The next one, it's funny. It's ownership. And your hands, you can't see them because my camera's down, but you go down to your belly and you're like, ownership. Because when we're not doing what we're supposed to do, we know Our bodies know, we feel that in our soul. You when you're listening to yourself, when you're aware of yourself, you know when you're a little off track. Ownership helps me to take accountability for my actions. It helps me to look at the man in the mirror. It helps me to know that I am the only one I can change. But I have to change. And ownership gives me that opportunity to think about, what is my gut telling me? Where is my gut leading me? What is the right thing to do? And when we are tuned in to what we are feeling, what we are thinking, this is it, where we are, your gut won't lead you astray. Ownership. Okay. Great. You guys are staying with me. I love that. Feel free to try these at home too. They're fun. Okay, key 7 is flexibility. Flexibility, I think it's self-explanatory. You wave your arms because we're flexible. Again, this is such a critical key because I make plans and God laughs. The journey is wavering, right? It's a flexible road and we have to be flexible. I will think that this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. And I think we all know that it's always different and we have to be flexible in that moment. And it's when we can be flexible that we are free to appreciate what's really happening instead of getting stressed out about what should have happened or what I thought was supposed to happen. If I can be flexible and live in this moment, I'm feeling peace. I've got peace, I've got happiness, I've got excellence, and I've got success. When I can let it go, I can be flexible, go with that flow. The final one is balance. And I love that. And it's kind of, you go like up on one foot, like the tree pose in yoga, and you put your hands together. Balance. I think that is also such a beautiful key to have be the final key, because we've put all of this together. And when it all does come together, we have the yin and the yang. We have the balance. We have the work, and we have the play, and we have family, and we have obligations. And when they all come together, balance, living in that balance is literally opening all the doors. It's where all the excellence is found. So I will wrap up here. I just want to run through them one more time, Ramona. And here are the 8 keys again. Again, feel free to do them with me. Integrity. Oops, sorry. Integrity. Failure leads to success. Speak with good purpose. This is it. Commitment. Ownership. Flexibility. Balance. I hope that you guys can take these keys and use them as you go through your journeys as a gauge to where you are on that trail of excellence. Thank you, Ramona.
Wow, the 8 keys to success, or excellence, I should say.
Either one.
Oh my goodness. Those were absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely loved it. Everybody can use a little reminder and a few strategies and tools. And it was all of that. Reminders, strategies, tools, all wrapped into 8 keys. So no brainer. And you were getting all kinds of love in the chat, by the way. Shaba Sham says, I will come to Africa with you. And she says, what do I do next? So there you go. Shaba Sham, the speaker right before you.
Yes, Shaba Sham. Yes.
And Bella even said, hey, Tiffany, we need to connect. I do business in Arusha, Tanzania.
That's crazy. Because that Moshi and Arusha are very close to each other in Tanzania.
So Bella needs to be on the next trip. How about that? And then Louise Brown just put in the chat too, you are beautiful, Tiffany, enjoying this so much.
Oh, thank you, Louise.
Oh, there you go. And then Shaba you talked about how failure, and I have a whole page of notes, but
Yeah.
there's Shaba mentioned that she was just at NASA and on Monday, and she did not realize how many times it took them to take off the ground and build spaceships and shuttles. So it's over and over and over, and failure after failure. So I love that that's something you shared that I actually put in my notes as well. Failure leads to success, and
100%.
it's just opportunity to go another way. It's just redirection. Just redirection.
It's
Not
just
failure.
redirection.
Failure is never final.
Never.
Failure is not final. It's just
No.
redirection. Love that.
Love
and
that.
So many other think before you speak is huge, huge, huge. Because you did say once words have power. We talked a little bit about that yesterday as well. And words are the bullets. They're like bullets. They're like bullets. And once they come out, you can't put them back. And I love that, ripping the paper and trying to put it back together, and it's never really the same. I love that analogy. Awesome. Love that.
Love that.
So, yes. And wherever you are, wherever your feet are is where your head should be. Oh, that was good. That was good.
This is it.
How many people go to work every day, or how many people? But their head is in the past.
Totally.
On a past offense, somebody that offended you, or on a past event that you're still thinking about or reeling, and it's keeping you there. But your feet are here, but your mind and head is somewhere else. That was huge.
I know. I love these so much. I actually had like a month of curriculum for each of the keys that we really
that's awesome.
Dive right into
a whole month.
Yeah, because they really matter. Because it's the things that matter.
And as soon as you said that, it was sitting right here, right next to me. And then I looked down and I have like, I don't know, 6 or 7 sticky notes right here in front of me. And they're all, and this one just popped out of my Bible that's sitting on the same table where I am right now. And I have them literally everywhere. But this is a little package that has not been used yet, because now it started from an accident, everybody. And it made me pull up how valuable the company is now. And the value of the company, it was $2,036.8 million company now.
3M.
Yeah,
I mean,
3M.
It doesn't get much more successful than that.
Oh my goodness. And now they have the strips. And then they have the bigger pads now with their longer rectangular pads, or these now, but they're sticky notes. And I used to have a couple on my refrigerator as well. As just reminders of things that I needed to take care of. And I love all of the different colors and things like that. So yes, in fact, if Shaba is still here, which I'm sure she is, when I used to get on Shaba's calls, in the back behind her was this huge board, and she would put all of her task of the day and her priorities and everything were all in this beautiful, colorful row, all organized on this huge board behind her. And it was awesome. I was just like, oh my God.
I love that idea. I love that. I got that.
Oh, and it was right behind her. And I asked her I said, Shaba,
such a good idea.
I said, explain what you're doing behind you on that board. Yeah. I knew that it was some sort of an organizational chart for her, but it really, when she broke it down into how she's organizing everything that she's working on and focusing on and doing, and the colors all had its own meaning and category. And it was just a board full of all kinds of, I thought, oh my goodness. So it was awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome how it sparked a lot of creativity from a lot of people and how they use them and things like that. But I love the strips too, because they aren't so big and bulky as well.
Oh yeah, I love those in little books.
So I have these sticking out of pages in my Bible to remember to go scriptures to go back and read and things like that. So I have them all in my Bible and everything on different scriptures. So yes, absolutely. So great, phenomenal segment. Absolutely loved your 8 keys to success. So thank you. And who's here still right now? Give us some fire emojis in the chat if you are here right now and listening to, and I already know, I see the chat already scrolling. Shaba said, thank you, Tiffany. Linda said, day 2 was fire as well. We know Christina's still here putting messages in the chat as well. Awesome. Oh, there it is. Christina
Ramona,
said fire.
oh my gosh. Christina, I got to shout her out. I mean, and you, Ramona, you know, the work that you both put in to putting this production together is amazing. I just cannot thank you enough because, you know, I've been a viewer, a longtime viewer. I'm so thrilled to be a part of it.
Awesome.
But I know none of it is possible without you and Christina working seamlessly together and all that you do. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure for every single one of you. So Linda is still here. Bella is still here. You guys need to connect, by the way. Bella, reach out to Tiffany Jones on Clubhouse. I'm sorry, not Clubhouse, on IG. And then Bella, Linda Rigby, but Bella is her actual name. And I loved learning about that acronym Bella. That was beautiful. It was her grandmother who has since passed, and then her mother's name is the E, Ernestina, I believe, and then it's her name. The L is Linda, and then the A is actually for her daughter, and that is her business. Oh, that's awesome. That was just beautiful. So many things, so many nuggets that you learn about more about people. Yes. I absolutely love it. So patchworks.com. Patchworks Inc. Sorry. Patchworks.
Yep.
Thank you. And then right before you was Bella. Oh no, Shaba. And Shaba has Kittable app. Go to the App Store. Everybody, go to the App Store. Download the Kittable app to support Shaba. Right before Shaba was Bella, and Bella has the House of Bella is her nonprofit as well. So go to her IG, the link in her bio in IG. To find her. Bella Unplugged is also a podcast that she also has as well. Go to everybody who you are interested in and who said something or spoke about something or a topic that resonated with you. Go to their IG as well or Facebook and look for their link inside of their actual feed and follow. Give everybody some digital currency, some digital love by following them on other platforms. And then we just saw PastorJeffSpeaks.com for his free book on gratitude and grief. So it's his gift to everybody that attended. And then there is the free ebook, Embracing Gratitude and Grief at PastorJeffSpeaks.com. So there it is right there again. And we also had on yesterday. Becca had the burnout book.
Yes.
And Burn It is the code that you use to get it free for now. And there it is. Burn It is the code that you use for free. You can go to her link in her bio on Instagram for sure. I know, but all of the speakers are on Clubhouse as well, and Facebook and IG and LinkedIn. And then on yesterday, we had Aurea McGarry spoke first. She kicked us off today. Living Your Legacy Life by Design. Oh, there it is. Her social tap right now is right there on the screen. So if you want to join a group of women, ages 30 and up, and a community of women that's going to rally around you, be your ecosystem, and support you, and to be surrounded by women and eventually connect. We are right here. Aurea and myself are right here. I'm an ambassador as well. And we are going to start doing live events, meetups, and things of that nature right here in Atlanta also. So you definitely want to get into that community. Follow all of us there. Check out Limelight Network as well with AureaMcGarry.com at MariaMcGarry.com. And go follow her on IG as well. And on yesterday, there was, we also had Cali Girl Media Productions. Cali Girl Media Productions. You can also reach out to her if you want to be on her podcast. She has a whole slew of shows that she just launched that she's going to be bringing up on her podcast. Go and reach out to her as well. And don't forget to download the Kittable and share love for food for this holiday. Yes, absolutely. There you go. That's what I definitely shared with them already as well, Shaba. So don't forget, Louise Brown is still here putting fire in the chat as well just now. So Louise Brown is still here as well. Download the Kittable app. Yes, to go onto your app store, whether you have an Android or an Apple, and download the Kittable app. Kittable app, and then upload all of your food and your recipes and things of that nature. And then MerlinClark.com. Go to MerlinClark.com. She is certified in leadership. She is a certified in DISC analysis on personality types and how to best coach and manage and communicate with them as well. And she's also a Toastmaster certified speaker. And there's Megan DiMartino, kicked us off on Monday. There she is. So Megan DiMartino, Propel. A free community, by the way. Get involved with her community of Propel expansion. It's awesome. propel.megandimartino.com/info. So you definitely don't want to miss that. And then novitaspa.com. All of her information is right there. You can also be an affiliate for Novita Spa, her skincare line, for novitaspa.com as well. And then Bobby Vincent, freemindsthrive.com and links /links for Bobby. And then we also had Dr. or Sir James Dentley. He also gave us 31 days of inspiration. 31 days of inspiration. And all you have to do is text 31 now, NOW, to 31 now. That's the text that goes in the text section. And then the number that you want to text is 27686. 31 now for 31 days of inspiration for free. And I get to choose 2 people that's going to have the opportunity to go on a cruise that he gifted us.
That's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you. It has been definitely one for the books. David Evans spoke yesterday and today as well. If you want your own show, and or a spotlight on PIC TV Network, there is the phone number that you call to reach out to David Evans of PIC TV Network. And that's 202-505-2837. PIC TV studio line. So there you have it. And that is, and Blindside Connections. Thank you for our Rio sponsor, Blindside Connections. Dylan Taylor is in the house and was in the house. He is traveling tonight, so I'm not sure. He's going to see Trent Shelton and Marcus Black coming up this weekend.
Yes, that's this weekend in Texas.
Yes, in Texas as well. Yes, absolutely. So he will be traveling later tonight, but he wants you go and follow him on blindsideconnections.com. Blindside Connections is on all platforms as well, LinkedIn, Facebook, as well as Instagram. Instagram is the main social media feed. And you also want to make sure that your landing pages, websites, and your event marketing materials are accessible for people like him who have vision impairments, and they use things like sight readers, and they cannot buy your products or your services when your buy button does not work because he's using a sight reader and it doesn't read the same way that we read. So with that said, you want to make sure that you reach out so that Dylan can do an assessment or do a Blindside report, or you can actually buy, if you want to really support him, you can buy his book, which is $9.99. When you go to blindsideconnections.com, that's his website. You can buy his book for $9.99 or his course, which I believe is $97. So there you go. So with that said, we have had a phenomenal time here. Yes, the host is yours truly, Ramona Rogers, the CEO and founder of Royal Influencers Organization, and admin assistant Christina Baca, who is the glue and the one-woman show behind the scenes that is responsible for, by the way, for doing all of the phenomenal, beautiful flyers that you see. So all of the marketing materials is done by her, as well as all of the tech. She is behind the scenes, bringing people up, bringing people down, calling you guys, sending out emails, and all of the above. So thank you, Tiffany Jones, for gracing us with your presence and giving us all of the major value that you did today with your 8 keys to success.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure. Wow. So this Business Incubator 2 was definitely one for the books. I am in awe. Every single event, time and time again, every single speaker, all of these elite level speakers who are completely aligned with exactly each other and exactly where we are all going. And if you have been here, no matter how little time or how long, I want to definitely say thank you. I am thankful for each and every one of you, whether you heard about this event from one of the speakers or from a friend or from somewhere else or a post, doesn't really matter. I am grateful for you. I'm grateful for your presence. I'm grateful for the time that you've given us, whether it was 1 second or 2 whole days. And I know some of you have definitely been here for 2 whole days. So thank you, thank you, and thank you. And that is exactly what building community and a movement and a network is all about. Do not forget that when you are communicating to touch everyone else's emotions, the other person's emotion. Don't ever give up. Do not ever, ever quit, because most times you are just one more action, one more step away from hitting gold and the big win. And we're all just one relationship away. Thank you so much, Shaba Shams. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you enjoyed the last event last month and this one. And it was an absolute pleasure to have each and every one of you, and you for sure, Shaba. I know that you're a wealth of knowledge and information, just like every other one of these hand-selected speakers. So if you were here, you were meant to be here, because there are no coincidences. Absolutely no coincidences. There was no mistake that you were here as a speaker or as an observer. And anytime that you come to these events, that's something that I guarantee that I am going to over-deliver. And I expect every single one of the speakers to over-deliver, and they never disappoint. That's exactly what they do. So that's something that we guarantee, is that you're going to get major, major value. I still see people watching. I see the numbers on YouTube. People are still watching on YouTube. So hello out there on YouTube. Hello to those out there on LinkedIn that was watching today, as well as those on Facebook and all of the other platforms where you guys are watching. I believe David Evans had us on PIC TV Network as well. So with that said, it has been an absolute pleasure. And I cannot wait until the next one, as well as I cannot wait until our live event. Our live first inaugural live Royal Influencers Organization. And I can now not only see it, but I can now taste it and feel it. So I know how close we are. We are right there. It is getting ready to happen. So with that said, I am looking forward to having every single one of you being on stage. I can see us hand in hand at the end, holding hands the full length of the stage and bowing once to the crowd and thanking them. And I can see all of our own personal tables out in the corridor with all of our products and services and books and all of those great things in the room as well. And the lives that we will continue to change is absolutely phenomenal. The thought of it alone is absolutely makes the hairs on my arm stand up. So it's absolutely phenomenal. And I am here for it. It is what makes things tick for me. It is what I am all about, always have been all about. And hopefully you can hear and understand how serious that is for me, to uplift, to inspire, to motivate, to encourage anyone and everyone that I encounter and meet. And that is what the world needs more of. We already have enough naysayers, enough complainers. And what we need more of are people who don't hesitate, who look forward to showing up and inspiring and empowering and educating and uplifting and motivating. And that is exactly what my hopes are, is that you were definitely in some way, shape, or form inspired and motivated from at least one of the speakers or something that you heard over these last 2 days. So with that said, thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you for being here. Absolute pleasure to serve you. And don't forget, never ever forget, that service is the rent that you pay. Service is the rent that you pay for the space that you get to take up on earth. So who are you serving today? And who are you planning to serve each day? So look for somebody to serve in some way, shape, or form every time that you show up, wherever it is that you are. So thank you again, and good morning, good afternoon, and good night, wherever you are in the world. And remember that there's 3 people that every single one of you need, and it's a coach, a mentor, and a sponsor. The coach is going to hold your hand and tell you everything that you need to do every step of the way. A mentor is kind of like those road signs, the stop sign, the yield sign, the left and right sign, the be careful of the curb that's coming up ahead sign, giving you the warnings and telling you when to slow down or pick up. And then your sponsor is that person that's going to mention your name in a room that you have not yet stepped foot in. So those 3 people are the people that you are looking for in your life. And thank you. You're quite welcome, Linda. Thank you for being great. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us all of that major value that you gave us today on all of those main 5 things that every single one of us need to be reminded of and need to know. If you don't know it, you got it today. So with that said, never ever show up to one of these events without your pen and paper as well. So thank you, thank you, and thank you. Don't forget to give someone some social digital currency. Follow every single one of these speakers. Go find them, follow them as well. Go back and rewatch because I will leave it replaying on my YouTube page, but you have to subscribe first as well. And that's some social digital currency because I plan to give my YouTube a little love. And the last event has over 1,000 views. That's what YouTube told me. They sent me a little email saying, hey, your event got over 1,000 views. So people are watching it. And people who are hopefully getting their lives impacted in some way, shape, or form. So thank you, and thank you to each and every one of you again for being here. And with that said, thank you to Christina Baca, my right-hand wing woman that I would never be able to do this without. She's just 19 years old. I started mentoring her at 17, and she is now getting ready to get her real estate license. She is now all before 20. She has written a book and started on a second and started a business and all sorts of things. So imagine that. I mean, you can only help but to learn when you put yourself in the proximity of power, magic happens. Put yourself into the proximity of power, magic happens. That was a message and a word yesterday as well. And I definitely have just rattled through a lot of the takeaways and a lot of nuggets and things of that nature from every single one of the speakers. And get yourself some sleep as well. That's what Bobby Vincent shared. Get yourself some sleep to let your mind re-energize itself so that it can hold and process all of this value that we're giving it every single day. And so there you go. Absolutely love it. So thank you, coach, mentor, and sponsor. That's a question from Louise Brown in the chat. She was asking me, you're quite welcome, Shaba. You're quite welcome, Louise. You're quite welcome, Linda and Bella, and all of you who are still here. I appreciate you. There's people here that won't even ever comment in the chat. And I know that for a fact because I get messages from them. People send me screenshots of speakers. I just shared a couple of screenshots that people were watching and sending me as well from watching the event. And they take screenshots of you guys speaking and they send them to me. I get them for like 2 weeks later. And then they tag me. They share it on their feed and tag me. So I get tags for almost a week after the event is over from all of the people that were here taking shots. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know they were there because they never say anything in the chat. So with that said, thank you, and thank you. The same thing happens, by the way, when you're posting. There's people watching what you're posting, but they will never tell you, and they will never comment, and they will never like or anything. And we've all probably done that, right? Just sitting there watching, but we don't really comment because we don't have time, or it does get exhausting and things of that nature. But there are always someone watching. So make sure that you show up and give them a show. So with that, we are out. Have a great rest of your week, everybody. Thank you, Christina and Ramona, is what Louise just shared. Thank you so much, Louise Brown, for being here. Always so supportive. Love you right back. Love you guys. Bye-bye.